one. Listen carefully. You were marked before your struggles began, stamped with a seal that darkness could not erase. Long before you cried your first tear, before rejection ever pushed you aside, heaven whispered your name and set you apart. You were never meant to blend in. You were born carrying the scent of eternity. And this is why the weight has felt so heavy on your shoulders. Others may walk through life casually, but not you. You have felt storms rise against you, even when you have done nothing wrong. You have wondered why people misunderstood you, why doors closed so suddenly, why friendships crumbled without explanation. Yet nothing was wasted. Each of those moments became a chiseling tool, carving out the vessel you are today. Think of it this way. A sculptor looks at a block of stone and sees a statue hidden inside. Every strike of the hammer feels violent to the stone, but necessary for the beauty that will emerge. Your struggles are not random accidents. They are hammer strikes, shaping the masterpiece. A young woman once shared her story with me. She grew up always feeling out of place. At school, she was the quiet one, overlooked. In her family, she carried burdens beyond her years, picking up responsibility no child should have to bear. Later in life, when opportunities arose, she found doors closing in her face again and again. She thought God had forgotten her. Yet during that hidden season, she began to write songs. Prayers birthed from her nights of weeping. Years later, those very songs became healing balm to thousands who felt abandoned. What once seemed like rejection was, in truth, redirection. Her struggle was the soil where her calling grew roots. You are the same. You are not cursed. You are chosen. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 2, verse 31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. Chosen one. Do you see? Nothing about you is accidental. Even the struggle was scripted into a story of glory. The loneliness you felt was not abandonment, it was consecration. The delay you faced was not denial, it was preparation. Every tear you shed was recorded in heaven's ledger. None of them wasted. Pause here and breathe this truth in. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are exactly where you need to be for the unfolding of God's plan. Imagine a seed buried under soil. To the outside eye, it looks like death, darkness, suffocation. But within the seed, pressure activates life. Roots begin to push downward before the stem breaks upward. What feels like burial is actually planting. Your life is not ending, it is beginning. This is why certain battles only found you. The enemy recognized the mark on you before you even recognized it yourself. Hell does not waste its firepower on the ordinary. You have been targeted because you carry something eternal. You are carrying light in a darkened world, and your very existence terrifies the darkness. I tell you this so that when the next storm rises, you no longer ask, "Why me?" Instead, you will declare, "Of course me, because I am chosen." That shift in perspective will change everything. Now, lean in, because there is a holy urgency in this. You are standing at a threshold. To step forward is to embrace your destiny. To shrink back is to let the weight of struggle define you. Heaven is watching your response. The Spirit is stirring inside you even now. You may feel goosebumps on your skin or a burning in your chest as I speak. That is not emotion alone, that is confirmation. So I ask you, chosen one, What will you do with this revelation? Will you continue to see your pain as punishment? Or will you begin to see it as proof? Proof that you are marked. Proof that you are set apart. Proof that your story is still being written. This is not coincidence. This is divine intervention. That you are hearing this message right now is evidence that heaven paused everything to reach you. If these words are igniting something inside you, I invite you to act. Don't let this be another moment you scroll past and forget. Let your agreement be known. Like this message, if it speaks to you, share it. Because someone else is waiting for the reminder you just received. And if you have not yet subscribed, do so. Now, stay connected to this flow of living words. This is not entertainment. This is equipping. And finally, as a prophetic act, declare your agreement in the comments. Type the number 77 below. 7 is completion, perfection, divine fulfillment. 2 sevens testify that what God began in you, He will surely bring to completion. By writing it, you are not just typing digits. You are aligning your faith with heaven's decree over your life. You are chosen. You are marked. And your struggles have only been the evidence of the calling you carry. And remember this, the mark on you is not fragile. It cannot be erased by failure, by doubt, or even by seasons when you feel far from God. The mark is eternal. Your struggles are not wasted. They are raw material in the hands of a master builder. One day, you will look back and realize the very things you tried to escape became the foundation of your strength. So lift your head. Chosen one. Walk forward with courage. For every valley, there is a mountain. For every night, there is a sunrise. And for you, after every struggle, there is glory. Chosen one. There is something hidden inside your pain that few ever dare to look for. Most people see struggle as punishment, as if every hardship is a sign of failure. But for you, the hidden purpose inside pain is far greater than you imagine. Your wounds are not empty, they carry assignments. Think back to the seasons you thought were meaningless. Those endless nights when you could not sleep. The mornings when you woke up heavy, wondering how much longer you could endure. The heartbreak that shattered you. The betrayal that cut deep. The dream that seemed to die. At first glance, it all looked like loss. Yet if you lean in closely, you will see there was always something buried beneath the ache. Preparation, sharpening, divine instruction. It is like a blacksmith's forge. Metal is placed in fire until it glows, then hammered into shape, to the metal. The process feels violent heat. Pressure strikes, but only through fire and hammer does it become a sword fit for battle. Without fire, it would remain dull, fragile, unfinished. Your life has been placed in a forge because you are meant to cut through darkness. There was once a man who lost everything in a single year. His business collapsed. His friends distanced themselves. And even his own family doubted him. Every prayer he prayed seemed unanswered. He cried out asking why God had abandoned him. But in the silence, he learned resilience. He discovered prayer was not about quick fixes, but about building trust in the unseen. Out of that season, he started mentoring others who had lost hope. And the wisdom he carried could not have been taught in books. It was carved into him by suffering. His pain became a ministry. His struggle, a testimony. So it is with you. What you endure is not random, it is curriculum. The hidden classroom of hardship teaches lessons comfort never can. Pain stretches capacity. Struggle builds endurance. Hardship refines vision. Each moment you thought was wasted is actually a page in your training manual. The Word of God speaks in the letter to James, chapter 1, verses 2 through 4. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials, because testing of faith produces perseverance and maturity. Do you see the brilliance of that? Your trials are not interruptions, they are investments. They are equipping you with maturity, shaping you into someone who can carry weight without breaking. Without the testing, there is no proving. Without the proving, there is no authority. Think of Joseph, betrayed by his brothers and thrown into a pit. To him, it looked like abandonment. To heaven, it was the road to the palace. His prison was the hallway to his throne. The betrayal that was meant to destroy him actually positioned him for greatness. Had he skipped the pit, the prison, and the false accusations, he would not have been ready for the crown. And you, too, are walking through stages of a divine process. Some of the people who left you were not subtraction, but release. Some of the losses you endured were not the enemy stealing, but God pruning. Some of the closed doors were not rejection, but divine redirection. You are not being broken apart. You are being built differently. Picture a stained glass window. Up close, all you see are broken fragments of glass, jagged, sharp, shattered pieces. But when arranged by the hands of an artist and placed against the light, those broken shards create breathtaking beauty. What seemed useless becomes magnificent when light shines through. So it is with your story. The broken pieces of your past are being rearranged into a masterpiece that will let God's glory shine. You may ask, but why must the process hurt so much? Because shallow lessons cannot carry deep authority. You cannot comfort the broken unless you have walked through breaking. You cannot speak to the rejected unless you have tasted rejection. You cannot guide the waiting unless you have endured waiting yourself. Heaven entrusts heavy assignments only to those who have been prepared in the secret fires of struggle. Your pain is prophetic. It points to what you are called to heal in others. If you fought through abandonment, you will one day stand as a voice of belonging. If you carried grief, you will comfort others with the same comfort you received. If you have endured financial struggle, you will carry wisdom to teach stewardship and faith. Nothing is wasted. Every sorrow becomes seed. Let me tell you a story of another chosen one. He dreamed of being a leader, but for years he was overlooked, even mocked. He applied for jobs that never called him back. He served faithfully in places where no one recognized his efforts. At times he felt invisible, but in that hiddenness, he learned humility, patience, and how to hear God's whisper when applause was absent. Years later, when he was suddenly lifted into leadership, those unseen lessons became his foundation. Had he been promoted too early, pride would have ruined him. His pain in obscurity prepared him for authority in visibility. Your pain is not random. It is pointing. It is aligning you with your assignment. The very thing that wounded you will one day become the area where you carry oil. The places of greatest pressure will become the very places where anointing flows. Chosen one. You must understand this. God never wastes a wound. He never allows suffering without attaching purpose. What the enemy meant for evil, heaven repurposes for good. Every scar you carry can shine with glory if you let God write the story. So do not despise the seasons that feel heavy. Do not curse the nights you cry yourself to sleep. Do not assume silence means abandonment. Instead, lean into the truth. Your struggles carry divine assignments. Each one is building you, preparing you, refining you, and setting you apart for a work greater than yourself. And one day, when you look back, you will see it clearly. The pain that once threatened to bury you was actually the soil that grew your destiny. Chosen one. Rejection has followed you like a shadow. Friends who turned away. Opportunities that seemed so close only to slip through your hands. People who looked at you but never really saw you. You have asked yourself, why does it always feel like doors are closing for me? The answer is hidden in divine redirection. Rejection is never the end of your story. It is the hand of God turning you from paths that would have led to destruction. What others denied was never yours to begin with. Heaven knows what you cannot yet see, that every no is saving space for a greater yes. And think of a shepherd guiding sheep. If the sheep moves toward a cliff, the shepherd pulls sharply at its neck with the staff. To the sheep, it feels harsh, even painful, but in truth, it is rescue. Rejection works the same way. It pulls you away from places you would have fallen, though at the moment it stings. There was a young man whose dream was to join a company he admired. He applied again and again, but was rejected each time. Heartbroken, he almost gave up. But during his waiting, he developed skills in an unexpected field. Years later, that very skill opened a door for him to launch his own business, one that impacted thousands of lives. If he had been accepted into that company, his destiny would have been locked in a smaller box. His rejection was the key to redirection. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. That every closed door is a plan unfolding. Every friendship that ended was heaven's way of making space. Every rejection you faced was a compass pointing you toward your assignment. Imagine a potter at the wheel. As the clay spins, the potter presses down, reshaping it again and again. Sometimes he even crushes the vessel entirely, not because it is worthless, but because it is not yet ready. Rejection feels like being pressed, reshaped, even crushed. But in the hands of the potter, it is preparation for greater glory. Chosen one, you may still carry the sting of those rejections. People who didn't value your presence, voices that silenced your ideas, doors that slammed in your face. Yet, years from now, you will thank God for every no, because those no's will lead you to the place where your light cannot be hidden, where your value cannot be denied, where your destiny finally breathes. Do not measure your worth by who left you or what turned you away. Your value is not determined by human approval, but by divine appointment. Heaven's yes is all you need, and it outweighs 1,000 earthly no's. So the next time rejection comes, whisper to yourself, this is redirection. Do not curse it. Do not resent it. Trust it, because rejection is a compass, and compasses always point north. Your north is destiny. Now, as a prophetic act of faith, I want you to write this phrase in the comments. New doors open. M. Type it as more than just words. Each time you declare it, you are prophesying over your own life. You are announcing that every closed door will not define you, but redirect you. You are stepping into the conviction that heaven is preparing fresh paths, greater opportunities, and doors no man can shut. By writing it, you are partnering with God's redirection and aligning your heart with His promise of a future filled with hope. When you type "new doors open," you are declaring that rejection is no longer your identity. You are refusing to live under the shadow of closed doors. Instead, you are choosing to see with heaven's perspective that every rejection is a setup for redirection. These 3 words are not wishful thinking. They are a prophetic key. They unlock your vision so you no longer weep over what ended, but prepare for what is coming. Saying, "New doors open," also reshapes your mindset. Your focus shifts from loss to anticipation. Instead of replaying who walked away or which opportunity slipped, you begin to expect God's fresh openings. Your soul moves from disappointment to readiness. This mindset attracts favor because faith always positions you for what God is about to do. Heaven responds to those who are already in posture of expectation. Let's take Joseph again as an example. If he had obsessed over the door of family acceptance that shut when his brothers sold him, he would have missed the door of divine promotion waiting in Egypt. Every closed door in his life was redirecting him to the palace. Typing "new doors open" is your way of refusing to stay, staring at what shut, and instead preparing yourself for the palace God is guiding you toward. It also carries a spiritual weight in warfare. The enemy loves to whisper that rejection equals abandonment, that a closed door means God has forgotten you. When you write "new doors open," you are silencing that lie and replacing it with truth. You are testifying not only to yourself, but also to the unseen realm that you believe heaven is active in your story. Your words become a sword that cuts through despair. And finally, this declaration is communal. When you comment "new doors open," others scrolling past will see it. They will pause, wonder why so many people are declaring it, and their faith will be stirred. You are not only affirming your own redirection, you are planting seeds of hope into others who silently battle the same sting of rejection. Your public faith becomes someone else's lifeline. So do not type these words lightly. Let them be your prophecy, your agreement with heaven, your step into trust. You are saying to your soul, "I release what closed, and I prepare for what God is about to open." I, chosen one. You may not realize it, but you have been carrying a weight invisible to most eyes. This weight is not punishment, nor is it proof that you are weak. It is evidence of the anointing resting upon you. To be chosen is to carry what others cannot bear. And that heaviness you feel in your spirit, the pressure that makes even simple days feel exhausting, is often the sign that you are entrusted with burdens beyond your own life. Think of a bridge spanning a rushing river. From a distance, it looks still, unmoving, a structure of stone and steel. But hidden within that stillness is immense pressure. Every car, every step, every force of nature presses upon it. And yet, because it was designed to carry, it does not collapse. You too are like that bridge. Others cross safely because you are willing to stand in strength under weight they will never see. Sometimes this unseen weight shows up in your emotions. You feel sorrow. Others don't understand. You sense battles before they even arrive. You carry compassion so heavy that even strangers' pain affects you deeply. That is not weakness, it is sensitivity. A spiritual radar God has placed within you. It allows you to intercede, to stand in the gap, to perceive what others miss. There was once a man who seemed cheerful on the outside, but privately he battled waves of heaviness he could not explain. He later discovered that whenever he felt that burden, someone close to him was facing a hidden crisis. Instead of treating the weight as depression, he began to treat it as an invitation to pray. Over time, he realized that God trusted him to feel what others could not admit, so he could carry them in prayer until they found breakthrough. What felt like heaviness was, in truth, a calling. The Apostle Paul wrote in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verses 17 and 18. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen, since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal. Oh, your unseen weight is connected to eternal purposes. You are carrying glory in seed form, though right now it feels like pressure. The heaviness is evidence that heaven has trusted you with something bigger than yourself. Consider the story of Moses. Before he led the people of Israel out of Egypt, he carried within himself the weight of injustice. Even as a prince in Pharaoh's palace, he could not ignore the suffering of his people. That burden pressed upon him daily. At first, he mishandled it, striking down an Egyptian in his anger. But years later, that same weight matured into the calling to confront Pharaoh with authority. His burden became his assignment. So it is with you. The heaviness you feel is not random, it is aligned with the mission on your life. If you feel the weight of loneliness, you are being prepared to guide others into belonging. If you feel the weight of financial struggle, you are being trained to carry wisdom that will break cycles of poverty for others. If you feel the weight of rejection, you are being equipped to lead people into true acceptance. Think of the olive press. Olives must be crushed for the oil to flow. The crushing is not a sign that the fruit is worthless. It is proof that oil lies within. The weight of the press releases the treasure hidden inside. Likewise, your crushing seasons are not to destroy you, but to extract the oil of anointing within you. There is also a mystery here. The heavier the assignment, the more invisible it seems to others. Some will never notice the load you carry. They may even judge you, wondering why you are tired, why you need space, why you sometimes withdraw. But that is because they cannot see what rests on your shoulders. Heaven entrusted it to you, not to them. And though it feels invisible, it is very real. At times you might ask, why me? Why must I carry so much while others walk freely? The answer is this: you are designed for weight. Just as certain materials are engineered to withstand greater pressure, you have been designed by God to hold burdens without breaking. The very struggles you think will undo, you are shaping you into a vessel strong enough to sustain glory. Imagine a mountain climber ascending a steep cliff. On his back is a heavy pack filled with supplies. To him, it feels like an unnecessary burden, slowing his pace. But when the storm hits at the top, that very pack holds the food, shelter, and tools that save his life. The weight he carried became the provision he needed. So it is with you. The weight you carry now will one day reveal itself as provision for your calling. Chosen one. The unseen weight you feel is both training and testimony. Training, because it builds spiritual muscle no comfort could provide. Testimony, because one day you will tell others how the very load you despised became the source of your strength. So, do not curse the heaviness. Do not assume it means you are broken. Instead, recognize it as evidence that you are marked. What you carry is not for your destruction, but for your destiny. The unseen weight is a crown in disguise. Chosen one. You have noticed by now that the fiercest attacks come against those who carry the greatest value. Have you ever wondered why darkness seems to press in harder against you than others? Why? Even when you choose righteousness, battles seem to rise without rest. It is because your life is worth fighting over. When thieves break in, they do not waste time on empty rooms. They look for treasure. And that is why the enemy has invested so much energy in trying to discourage you. The greater your calling, the greater the resistance. Every arrow that has been aimed at you is proof that heaven has placed a crown upon you. Remember the story of Job. His life was upright, yet the storms came, stripping him of possessions, health, and even relationships. To the outside world, it looked like ruin, but in the unseen realm, it was evidence that God trusted him with trials that would one day testify of endurance. The attacks did not expose weakness, they revealed strength. The prophet Nahum wrote in chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." End at exclam. Yes, but refuge is greater. Trouble surrounds. Yes, but care is deeper. The presence of storms does not mean the absence of God. It means his protection is already at work. Think of a tree in the middle of a raging windstorm. The wind tries to uproot it, but instead the roots grow deeper, gripping the soil more firmly. Each gust that comes against it strengthens its foundation. In the same way, every attack against you is making your roots grow deeper into God. I know sometimes the weight of opposition feels unfair. You watch others live casually while you seem to face resistance for every step. But do not envy their ease. Ease never built warriors. It is pressure that forms champions. And you, chosen one, are being forged into has lifted the burden off your chest. Then I ask something simple. Help keep this river flowing. If you feel led, like this message and share it. By sharing, you are passing a torch into another hand that might be trembling in darkness right now. If you have not yet, subscribe, because that simple act keeps you close to this stream of living words. And if your heart feels stirred to go further, consider to donate, not as pressure, but as planting seeds in a hidden garden. Every seed you plant here becomes a tree of shade for someone else's weary soul. Some trees will grow tall, some small, but together they form a forest of refuge where countless lives will find rest. No, I will never tell you that you must. I will only remind you that you can, and when you do, you step into partnership with the very message you are hearing. You become not just a listener, but a carrier of the fire. But even if you never give a cent, hear me clearly. You are still chosen. You are still valuable. You are still seen by heaven. Support is invitation, never condition. The love of God over your life does not rise or fall with your giving. Yet, if your spirit stirs, respond freely. Share with friends who may need this word. Subscribe to stay connected. And if you choose to donate, Let it be like planting a seed of hope into the soil of countless hearts, because truly, what you give today might be the reason someone else does not give up tomorrow. Now return with me to the heart of this revelation. The attacks reveal your value. The enemy knows what you carry, even before you fully recognize it. And so every battle has been confirmation, not condemnation. Each storm has shouted, "This one carries treasure." Oh, so rise. Chosen one, lift your head higher. The very resistance you face is proof that you are not ordinary. You are a target because you are anointed, and every attack that came to break you will instead become the testimony that crowns you. And let me add this: crowns are not made of feathers but of weight. Gold is heavy, jewels press down on the head, and yet kings wear them with honor. The pressure you feel from constant battles is not random, it is the shaping of your crown. What feels like a burden now will one day rest on you as glory, shining before both heaven and earth. Your story is not ordinary. Every attack you have endured is a line in your testimony. And testimonies are not just personal, they are lamps for others. When someone else feels crushed, your scars will speak louder than your victories. They will see that you survived, and they will believe survival is possible for them too. That is why you cannot despise your battles. They are equipping you to become a living answer to someone else's desperate prayer. Picture a lighthouse standing on a cliff. It is battered by wind. Waves slam against its foundation. Storms roar all around it. But the lighthouse does not exist for itself. It exists to shine for ships lost at sea. Your life is that lighthouse. The storms you have endured have not silenced your light. They have only proven that you can keep shining when it matters most. So, chosen one, walk forward boldly. Do not fear the opposition. Do not shrink back at the pressure. Every storm, every rejection, every attack has been whispering the same truth. You are valuable. You are set apart, and your light cannot be extinguished. Hold your head high, for your crown is already being forged in the fire. Chosen one, you have endured the furnace of refining. The fire around you has been intense, sometimes unbearable, yet you are still here. Do you know why? Because the fire was never sent to you. You are being perfected. Think of the potter again, holding clay in his hands. The vessel looks complete, but without the furnace. It cannot hold water. If it skips the heat, it will crack under pressure. The furnace gives it strength. So it is with your life. Every trial you face is sealing you, fortifying you, making you durable for the weight of glory you are destined to carry. There was once a young mother who lost nearly everything in a short time. Illness struck. Finances collapsed. Friendships faded. She thought she was being cursed. But in that fire, she discovered endurance. She learned how to pray with a faith that could not be shaken. Years later, she became a counselor for others walking through loss. Her story burned in fire, but out of the ashes rose a voice that could comfort many. Her furnace became her platform. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Zechariah, chapter 13, verse 9, "I will put this third into the fire, and refine them as silver is refined, and test them as gold is tested. They will call upon my name, and I will answer them. I will say, they are my people, and they will say, the Lord is my God." Is a chosen one. The refining process is not a sign of abandonment, but of belonging. God refines those he claims as his own. If you are in the fire, it is evidence that you are not forgotten, but trusted. Consider the blacksmith once more. He does not place useless scrap into the furnace, only what he sees as valuable. What he intends to use undergoes fire. That is why the intensity of your trial is not proof of rejection, but proof of purpose. Sometimes the fire feels endless. Days stretch into weeks, and weeks into months, with no sign of relief. You wonder if the flames will ever cool. Yet even then, there is mystery at work. Just as a baker watches the oven closely, knowing the exact moment bread is ready, so does God watch over you. He will not allow you to burn. He knows precisely how much heat you can endure, and he will bring you out at the perfect time, stronger, purer, radiant with his glory. Imagine walking through a dark tunnel with flames flickering all around. At first, you fear, thinking the fire will consume you. But as you continue, you realize your steps are steady, your skin is untouched, and your spirit is being lit brighter than before. That tunnel of fire is not your grave, it is your graduation. Let me tell you this truth: no fire lasts forever. Every furnace has an exit. You will not live your whole life in flames. The season of burning is temporary, but the purity it produces is eternal. One day, you will look back at this refining season and realize that the very pain you tried to escape became the strength that carried you. The tears that burned your face became the oil that anointed you. The nights that scorched your hope became the mornings that built your faith. Chosen one, your refining is your rising. Do not mistake the crackle of the flames for the voice of defeat. Listen carefully. It is the sound of your impurities falling away. It is the sound of chains breaking, of doubt melting, of fear dissolving. It is the sound of you becoming who you were always meant to be. Now, here is what I want you to do as a prophetic act. In the comments, type the number 444. 4 is the number of stability, of foundation, of God establishing what cannot be shaken. By writing 444, you are declaring that your refining fire is not your ending, but your strengthening. You are proclaiming that what the fire did not destroy, it established. Do not take this lightly. When you type 444, let it be your testimony that you believe your trials are shaping you into someone unshakable, that you trust every flame is making your foundation deeper, firmer, unmovable. And when others see it, they too will be reminded that fire is not death, it is destiny. So step forward from the furnace, radiant and strong. For though the fire raged, it could not consume you. You are not ashes, you are gold. The fire may have shaken you, but it did not destroy you. That in itself is proof that your life is carried in the hands of the Almighty. You have walked through seasons that should have broken you, yet you are still standing. That survival is no accident, it is testimony. Every scar you carry from the flames is not shame, but evidence. Evidence that God stood with you in the furnace, just as he did with the 3 Hebrews in Babylon. When the king looked into the fire, he saw a 4th man walking with them. That same presence has walked with you, unseen but real. You will begin to notice changes in yourself after the fire. Greater compassion, deeper wisdom, stronger discernment. These qualities were not born in comfort, but in heat. The fire etched them into your character, like inscriptions on stone. Do not fear if the smoke still lingers around you. Even the scent of burning cannot erase the glow, now resting on your spirit. Where you once felt fragile, you will now feel fortified. Where you once doubted, you will now carry unshakable faith. Chosen one, your fire was not wasted. It was holy refinement. And from now on, you will walk as living proof that no flame is stronger than God's hand upon your life. Chosen one. There is a mystery in loneliness that many overlook. When the crowd walks away, when silence fills the room, when even friends fail to understand, it feels like abandonment. Yet loneliness has always been a sacred training ground. The wilderness may appear empty, but in truth it is filled with preparation. Think of David, hidden away in the fields. Before he was ever crowned king, before his name was known, he was a shepherd boy, surrounded not by applause, but by sheep. His companions were the stars, the night winds, and the echoes of his own songs. To others, he was forgotten in the fields, but to heaven, he was being trained, learning courage against lions, learning worship under the sky, learning faith when no one else was watching. The solitude of his fields was the classroom of his greatness. Loneliness presses you into God in ways comfort never can. When people are gone, you hear the whispers of his spirit more clearly. When noise fades, his voice grows louder. It is in solitude that revelation sharpens. Many of the psalms that still comfort millions were born not in crowded palaces, but in hidden caves, written by a man who knew what it meant to be alone with God. The Word of God reveals this truth in the book of Hosea, chapter 2, verse 14. Therefore, behold, I will allure her, and bring her into the wilderness, and speak tenderly to her. Do you see it? The wilderness is not punishment, it is invitation. Loneliness is not neglect, it is intimacy. God draws you into solitude so he can speak to you without competition. In the silence of isolation, his tender words reach deeper. Think of a seed buried beneath the soil, alone, unseen, pressed into darkness. It looks forsaken, yet that hiddenness is where life begins. Roots grow deep before the stem emerges into the light. Your lonely seasons are not signs of death, but of planting. The roots of your destiny are digging deeper, preparing you to rise strong when the time is right. There was once a young woman who longed for friendship, but year after year she felt excluded. She could not understand why relationships seemed to pass her by. But during that time of solitude, she began journaling her prayers, filling notebooks with conversations between her and God. Years later, those journals became a book that reached thousands. What she thought was wasted, loneliness became the very tool God used to give her a voice. So it is with you. Your seasons of isolation are not wasted. They are sacred ground. Heaven is using them to refine your voice, deepen your roots, and strengthen your spirit. Sometimes loneliness feels unbearable because it exposes what we lean on. When the people you trusted are gone, you discover what your faith is truly anchored in. Loneliness tests whether you lean on approval or on God's presence. And when you pass that test, you emerge unshakable, no longer swayed by the applause or silence of men. Think of Jesus himself. Before his ministry began, he was led into the wilderness for 40 days, alone, hungry, tempted by the enemy. Yet out of that solitude, He returned in the power of the Spirit. His public authority was forged in private isolation. If the Son of God himself embraced loneliness as preparation, how much more should you trust the value of your own solitude? Chosen one. The wilderness does not last forever, but what you gain there lasts for eternity. Intimacy with God, strength to endure, wisdom born in silence. These treasures are not found in the noise of crowds, but in the quiet of isolation. Picture an eagle soaring high above the mountains. Eagles do not fly in flocks like sparrows. They rise alone, stretching their wings where others cannot reach. Your loneliness is not evidence of weakness, but of height. You are being lifted to altitudes where only few can go. So when loneliness presses in, do not despair. Sit with it. Lean into the quiet. Ask God what He is whispering in the silence. And remember this, your solitude is not empty. It is filled with the presence of the one who never leaves you. You will look back on these lonely days and realize they were not wasted. They were wombs of preparation. Out of them will come words that heal, strength that endures, and a closeness with God that nothing can steal. The loneliness you feel now will one day become the testimony that helps others survive theirs. Your story will shine as proof that wilderness is not abandonment, but sacred ground where destiny is forged. Loneliness also teaches you to recognize voices. When all distractions fall silent, you begin to notice which whispers belong to fear and which belong to God. In the wilderness, discernment sharpens like a blade. What once confused you becomes clear, because solitude reveals truth. It also trains your heart to be content in God alone. Crowds can come and go. Applause can rise and fade, but His presence remains steady. Learning this lesson in the lonely places means you will never again be enslaved to the approval of people. You will walk free, anchored in a love that does not waver. There is power in knowing you can endure isolation. If you can stand alone, you can stand anywhere. The one who has survived wilderness is not shaken by palace corridors or battlefields. You will move into new seasons with a quiet confidence that no human rejection can undo. So treasure this hidden season. Chosen one. It is carving strength into your bones, clarity into your spirit, and intimacy into your heart. One day, you will emerge from solitude, carrying wisdom that cannot be taught in crowds, only in caves. Chosen one. You have walked through seasons where promises seemed delayed, where the vision in your heart did not match the reality before your eyes. The waiting stretched on, and you began to wonder if the promises of God were only echoes of hope, not realities to be lived. But hear this clearly. Delay is not denial. What looks withheld is often being preserved for the perfect time. A farmer understands this truth well. After scattering seed across the soil, he does not run back the next morning to dig it up in panic. He trusts the process. Rain must fall, roots must grow deep, and seasons must pass before the harvest bursts forth. The delay is not absence, it is growth hidden beneath the surface. Your life is no different. The promises planted in you are alive, even when unseen. Think of Sarah, the wife of Abraham. Her womb remained barren for decades. Year after year she longed, prayed, and wept. To her, the delay felt like denial. Yet in the fullness of time, she gave birth to Isaac, the promised child, The waiting did not erase the promise, it amplified its wonder when it finally arrived. Her laughter, after birth, carried the weight of every year she had cried. The Book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, declares, "For the vision is yet for the appointed time, it hastens toward the goal, and it will not fail. Though it tarries, wait for it will certainly come. It will not delay." No, chosen one, the vision over your life has an appointed time. You may feel behind, but you are not late. The delay you face is God's way of aligning circumstances, people, and places so that when your moment comes, it will arrive unstoppable. Let me tell you about a man who dreamed of leading worship since his youth. He wrote songs, but no one listened. He sent his music to churches, but doors stayed shut. For years, he played alone in his room, wondering if he had missed his calling. But during that time of waiting, his songs deepened. His lyrics became richer, his melodies more powerful, his spirit more anchored. When the door finally opened, and thousands began to hear his songs, they carried a depth that only waiting could have produced. If he had been given the stage too early, the songs would have been shallow. The delay was not denial, it was preparation. Waiting seasons feel like prisons, but they are actually sanctuaries. They strip away illusions and force you to confront your foundations. They teach you patience, resilience, and trust. In delay, God is not absent, He is near, working on you as much as He is working on the promise. Think of Joseph again, sitting in prison after being falsely accused. He carried dreams of leadership, yet his reality was chains. To him, it must have felt like denial, but in truth, the prison was the final step before the palace. In that waiting place, God was building character, sharpening wisdom, and positioning him for sudden elevation. The day came when he moved from prisoner to prime minister in a single moment. The delay was only the hallway to destiny. Chosen one, what you carry requires timing. If fruit is picked too early, it is sour. If too late, it rots. God's timing is perfect, never early, never late. And though the waiting stretches your faith, it is not cruelty, but mercy. Mercy that refuses to hand you a crown before your neck is strong enough to hold it. Mercy that ensures your blessing will not become your downfall. Picture a sculptor chiseling stone. From the outside, progress looks painfully slow. Day after day, chips fall, dust scatters, but no figure emerges. Yet the sculptor sees what others cannot cut out. Each strike is intentional, each pause necessary. Only when the time is right will the masterpiece reveal itself. You are that stone. What feels like slow delay is purposeful artistry. There was a young woman who prayed for years to meet her life partner. She watched friends marry while she remained alone. It felt like God was withholding, but what she did not see was that her future husband was walking his own refining path. At the right moment, their paths crossed, and their union carried maturity, stability, and faithfulness that would not have been possible had they met earlier. Delay was protection. Chosen one, though not despise the delay. It may feel like wilderness, but it is in wilderness that manna falls and water flows from rocks. Delay is often the place of miracles unseen. Even Jesus embraced timing. At the wedding in Cana, When asked to perform a miracle, he replied, "My hour has not yet come." Though he was the Son of God, he moved only an appointed time. If the Savior himself submitted to timing, then your waiting is not meaningless, it is alignment. Delay also exposes what your heart truly treasures. In waiting, idols are stripped away. You discover whether you love God for his gifts or for himself. And when you learn to love him in delay, your heart becomes ready to carry his promises with humility, not pride. Think of an archer pulling back the string. The arrow waits in tension, held longer than it seems bearable. Yet the longer the pull, the farther the flight. Your life is that arrow. Delay is the pullback. At the right moment, God will release. And your impact will be farther and stronger because of the waiting. So hold steady in your season of delay. Though it stretches, it does not break you. Though it hurts, it does not harm you. Delay is not God's silence, it is his strategy. One day, you will look back and thank him for not answering sooner. You will see how the extra years shaped your character, deepened your faith, and positioned you for opportunities that would not have been ready earlier. The very delay you curse now will become the reason you stand strong later. Chosen one, delay is not your enemy. It is the hand of God holding you steady until your wings are ready to soar. Chosen one. Have you ever noticed how the fiercest storms often rise right before breakthrough? The enemy does not waste his energy fighting what poses no threat. The intensity of your battles has always been a sign that you are carrying something valuable, something that frightens the kingdom of darkness. Hell does not tremble over the ordinary, but it panics over the marked ones. And you? Yes, you have been marked. That is why your life has felt like a battlefield at times. The arrows that seemed unrelenting, the attacks that felt personal, the unexpected betrayals, all of them were confirmations of your calling. Picture a lion prowling in the wild. It does not roar at empty spaces. It only roars when it senses another power approaching. In the same way, the resistance you feel is not because you are weak, but because your rising is near. Darkness can sense when heaven's light is about to break through you. The Word of God reminds us in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 8, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair." Chosen one. Your struggle has never been merely about people, the hostility, the misunderstandings, the sudden obstacles. These are shadows of a deeper war. Your presence disturbs spiritual force. Your very existence disrupts darkness. There was a young man who wondered why every new opportunity seemed to collapse at the last minute. He thought he was cursed. But one day, in prayer, he realized the opposition was not natural, it was spiritual. Instead of despairing, he began to worship in advance of breakthrough. Soon, what once resisted him began to crumble, and doors opened that no man could shut. His warfare was confirmation, not condemnation. So it is with you. Every season where you felt surrounded was actually proof that heaven had already marked you for victory. Opposition rises only when destiny draws near. Think of a mother in labor. As the child draws closer to birth, the contractions become sharper, closer, more painful. Yet those very contractions are signs that delivery is at hand. In the same way, your struggles have intensified because your promise is near. What feels like unbearable pressure is not your ending but the beginning of something new. Do not measure your value by the attacks you face. Measure it by what those attacks reveal. You are dangerous to the kingdom of darkness, and that is why you cannot quit. Every battle is a signpost pointing to the glory you are about to walk in. Now, I want you to take a prophetic step. Write in the comments these words: "No fear remains." Type it not as empty letters, but as declaration. Each time you write, "No fear remains," you are testifying that fear has no hold over your future. You are proclaiming to yourself and to the unseen world that the battles did not crush you, and that your courage stands taller than every storm. When others see your words, they too will rise, realizing that they are not victims of fear, but carriers of fire and faith. You are not defined by attacks, you are revealed by them. And every strike of darkness against you is confirmation that you are chosen to shine. Every strike of opposition carries within it a hidden announcement: you are close to breakthrough. If darkness rises against you, it is because it fears the light you are about to release. Attacks are not random, they are confirmations. Each one says, "This life carries fire that cannot be ignored." You may look at your scars and wonder why they still ache. But scars are not signs of defeat. They are medals of survival. They tell your soul, you were struck, but not destroyed. You were pressed, but not crushed. And the beauty of scars is that they carry stories others need to hear. Your scars will speak hope into someone else's valley. Think of a blacksmith forging a sword. Every strike of the hammer feels violent. Every spark seems like destruction. Yet with each strike, the sword grows stronger, sharper, more effective. That is you. The hammer blows of life are not breaking you. They are shaping you into a weapon that darkness fears. When you declare, "No fear remains," you are refusing to let shadows dictate your steps. You are stepping out of hiding, stepping out of intimidation, and walking boldly into your calling. Fear thrives in silence, but it is in declaration. By speaking those words, you suffocate fear's grip and ignite courage within your own spirit. And consider this: your courage is contagious. When others read your words, they are reminded that fear is not permanent, that storms do not last forever, and that faith is stronger than fire. Your declaration becomes a spark that lights another flame. This is how chosen ones rise together, not only surviving, but strengthening one another through testimony. So, chosen one, stand tall in the battlefield. Do not tremble when arrows fly. Remember that every arrow aimed at you confirms your value, and every word you release in faith, like "No fear remains," echoes into eternity, shaking the realm of darkness and strengthening the hearts of many. The attacks have tried to silence you, but instead, they have revealed you. And from this day, you will not walk timidly. You will walk boldly, carrying the fire of one who knows fear has no claim, and destiny cannot be delayed. Chosen one, chains have followed you, chains of fear, chains of guilt, chains of patterns you thought you would never break. And yet, the very chains that once bound, you are about to become the material for your testimony. Do you see it? The weight that restricted you will one day be lifted high in your hands as evidence of freedom. Think of a prisoner whose shackles snap open in the night. At first, he feels the soreness where the chains once dug into his skin. But later, those same bruises remind him of the miracle. He is no longer captive. The same is true for you. The places where you once felt trapped are the very places where God will display his deliverance. The scriptures declare in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 37, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." Chains do not define you. They reveal the power that has set you free. There was a woman who battled addiction for years. She hid her struggle, thinking no one could understand. But when she encountered God's presence, her chains began to break, not overnight, but piece by piece. One day she realized the cravings had lost their grip, and her story became a lifeline for others bound by the same struggle. Her chains became a key for someone else's prison door. Your story will carry that same power. What once embarrassed you will soon empower you. What once confined, you will soon confirm your calling. Now, let me pause to speak gently, yet directly to you. These words you are hearing are not meant to entertain you. They are meant to water seeds inside your soul. And if you have felt strengthened, if even a single image has lifted your spirit, then I ask you to consider helping this river flow further. Tap like as if lighting a candle on your window. That small flame may guide someone wandering in the dark night towards safety. Choose to share this message as if placing a letter in a bottle and setting it afloat. Somewhere, someone lost at sea may find it and discover hope again. When you subscribe, think of it as planting a marker on your journey, ensuring you never lose the road back to the place of light. It's not obligation, it's orientation, keeping your compass aligned. And if your heart stirs to donate, see it as adding one more brick to a great temple. Each brick may seem small alone, but together they form a refuge, a sanctuary where many weary souls can come and find rest. There is no pressure here. Giving is never demanded, only invited. It is a beautiful choice, a way of saying, I believe in this light, and I want others to see it too. And whether you give or not, know this: you are loved, you are valued, and you are seen by heaven. But if you do choose to support, see it as an act of multiplication. Every seed planted grows into trees that give shade, fruit, and shelter. What feels small in your hands becomes great in God's. Now return with me to the heart of this revelation. The chains that once bound you will not define your life. You are stepping out with scars that shine, with freedom that cannot be silenced, with joy that will ripple into others. Picture a bird that was once trapped in a cage. When the door is opened, it does not fly timidly. It bursts into the sky with wings stretched wide. That is you. Your freedom will not be quiet. It will sing. It will soar. And every chain that once rattled in the dark will become the sound of testimony echoing into the light. So rise in courage. And know this: your past cannot imprison your future. Your chains are already breaking, and your life will become the song of a conqueror. The sound of chains breaking is not just noise, it is music. Every link that falls to the ground is a note in the song of your deliverance. One day, when you look back, you will realize that what once embarrassed you has become the chorus of your testimony, and your song will not be sung quietly. It will echo, reaching those who thought freedom was impossible. Do not despise the seasons when chains were heavy. They trained you to recognize the weight of bondage so that you would never take freedom for granted. Those who have never been bound cannot fully appreciate liberty. But you, having tasted captivity, will rejoice with deeper gratitude when you walk in full freedom. That gratitude will radiate to others, inviting them to taste the same release. Think of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. For days it appears trapped, pressed inside a tight space. Yet it is that very struggle that strengthens its wings. Without the pressure, it could never fly. Your chains, though suffocating for a time, have strengthened you. The fight to break free has equipped you with wings you will use to soar. And when you rise, others will rise with you. Your victory will not remain personal. People will look at you and say, if they could overcome, then so can I. Your freedom will multiply itself in the lives of others. So, chosen one, stand tall. Do not hide the marks where chains once cut your skin. They are proof that you are a survivor. Proof that you carry a testimony. Proof that no prison can hold a heart set free by God. Let the world hear your song. Let the sky feel your wings. And let the earth see your joy. Your chains were never the end. They were the beginning of your freedom story. And that story is just unfolding. Chosen one. There comes a time when God seems silent, when prayers rise like smoke, but no answer descends. When the heavens feel like brass and every word bounces back as echo, this silence can be one of the hardest trials, because it feels as though God has turned his face away. Yet, the silent seasons are not neglect, they are strategy. Silence is the canvas on which God paints depth. Just as a composer places rests in a symphony to give weight to the notes, God uses silence to make his next word more powerful. Without the pause, the music would lose its impact. Without the silence, revelation would not strike as deeply. Think of the night sky. The stars are always shining, but we cannot see them until the sun sets. Darkness reveals what daylight hides. In the same way, God's presence has never left you, but silence reveals dimensions of him you could never know in constant noise. The scriptures speak of this in the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verses 25 and 26. The Lord is good to those whose hope is in him. To the one who seeks him, it is good to wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. Oh, chosen one, waiting quietly is not wasted time. It is sacred trust. The silence trains your heart to lean not on feelings, but on faith. Feelings rise and fall like waves, but faith anchors you through the calm and the storm. There was a woman who longed to hear God's voice again. For months, every prayer felt unanswered. Every scripture felt flat. But during that quiet season, she realized something. She was learning to trust God's character, even when she could not trace his hand. The silence was not absence, but strengthening. Later, when his voice broke through, it was clearer than ever before. Silence forces us to search deeper. In the absence of constant reassurance, we learn to cling to promises already given. We return to the Word. We remember past testimonies. We anchor ourselves in the unchanging nature of God. Silence strips away dependency on signs and feelings, leaving only raw faith. And raw faith is powerful. It cannot be manipulated. It cannot be stolen. Think of Elijah on the mountain. He expected God in the wind, in the earthquake, in the fire. Yet God was not there. Instead, he came in a gentle whisper. Elijah had to quiet his soul to hear what was always present. In silence, You too learn to tune your ear to the subtle voice of God, the whisper that guides more surely than the shout. Silence is also a time of hidden growth. Just as roots grow deepest underground, where no eye can see, your faith strengthens most when it looks like nothing is happening. God's silence is not his abandonment, it is his workshop. He is building resilience, maturity, and stability within you. Imagine a teacher giving a test. During the test, the teacher is silent, not because they have left, but because they are present, watching closely to see what the student has learned. The silence does not mean the teacher is gone, it means the student is trusted to apply what has already been taught. So it is with you. Heaven's silence is proof of trust. There was a man who lost his job and prayed desperately for direction. Days turned to weeks, and no answer came. But instead of despairing, he began to act on what he already knew. He lived with integrity. He served others. He prayed faithfully. Months later, a door opened to a career far greater than what he had before. Looking back, he realized God's silence had tested his faithfulness, and because he endured, the blessing was richer. Chosen one, do not despise silence. It is forming you. It is deepening you. It is preparing you for a word so clear that when it comes, you will know without doubt it is God. Picture a seed in winter. The ground seems barren. The air is still. Nothing appears to move. Yet beneath the surface, life is gathering strength. The silence of winter is necessary for the bursting of spring. Without the quiet season, there can be no blooming. Your silence is winter, but spring is coming. You may weep in silence. You may ache in silence. You may question in silence. But hold this truth close. Silence is not the end of the conversation. It is the pause before God speaks in a way that will shift everything. And when he speaks, it will be worth the wait. The silence will make his voice sweeter. The absence will make his presence overwhelming. The quiet will make his revelation thunder. So, lean in. Do not rush the silence. Do not curse it. Treasure it. For in silence, you are being shaped into one who walks by faith and not by sight. One who trusts the whisper more than the shout. One who carries maturity, forged not in noise but in stillness. Chosen one. Silence is not punishment, it is preparation. And when the silence ends, your heart will carry a song it could not have learned any other way. Silence is not a wall, but a doorway. When you walk through it, you cross into deeper dimensions of trust. What once seemed like emptiness becomes the very space where God reshapes your heart. In that stillness, you learn the rhythm of patience. You discover how to rest instead of striving, how to breathe instead of rushing. Silence teaches you to wait without fear, to hope without proof, to trust without constant reassurance. And this trust becomes unshakable. When storms rise later, you will not panic, because you remember how God's silence once guarded you. You will say to yourself, if I survived the quiet, I can survive the storm. Oh, so take courage. Chosen one. The silence is not forever, but the strength it builds will last for eternity. Chosen one. Have you noticed how, even in your struggles, small signs appear like breadcrumbs on the path? Numbers, moments, little reminders that heaven is nearer than you think. These are not coincidences, they are markers. They are like gentle knocks on the door of your soul, saying, "Keep walking. You are on the right path." Numbers have always carried prophetic weight in the scriptures. They are never random. 3 often speaks of resurrection, 7 of completion, 12 of divine government. Each time these numbers appear, they are whispers of God's order woven into your journey. There was a man who kept seeing the same number every time he faced despair. It was not mystical, it was merciful. That number became his anchor, a reminder that heaven was aware of his pain. Later, he realized it was a call to remember God's promises, and it gave him strength to keep pressing on. The prophet Haggai speaks of God shaking the heavens and the earth, overturning thrones and breaking the power of nations. His words remind us that nothing stands outside divine order. Numbers, seasons, and timings are all held in his hands. The scriptures confirm this in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. And, chosen one, the struggles you face are not endless cycles without meaning. They are timed seasons, appointed moments, designed intervals. The very number of your tears is counted. The days of your wilderness are measured. Nothing about your life is aimless. Think of a clock. Its hands move steadily, sometimes too slow for the impatient eye. But each tick is precise, each minute necessary. In the same way, God's timing governs your life. Numbers become symbols of His order, steadying you when chaos tries to overwhelm. There was once a woman who felt forgotten, waiting years for healing. She began to notice the number 12 everywhere. Later, she realized it pointed her to the story of the woman in the Gospels who had bled for 12 years before her breakthrough came. The number was not magic, it was a divine nudge, reminding her that her healing was near. Numbers remind you that your life is not drifting, it is directed. The repetition you notice is not meaningless. It is heaven weaving reminders into your everyday moments, telling you that even in struggle, you are still within God's calendar. Picture a sailor navigating by stars. Each number of degrees, each calculation keeps him on course. Without numbers, he would be lost in endless ocean. Without divine markers, you too would feel adrift. But God places numbers like constellations to assure you are guided, not forgotten. And now, I want you to take part in this prophetic act. Write in the comments the number 888. 8 is the number of new beginnings. 888 speaks of overflowing renewal, fresh cycles, and abundant restoration. When you type 888, you are declaring that a new chapter is opening over your life. You are testifying that every struggle is giving way to new strength, that every ending is birthing a greater beginning. Do not take this lightly. By writing 888, you are not simply typing digits, you are planting faith. You are saying, I believe something new is breaking forth in me. And your words will not only remind you, but also stir others to hope. Someone scrolling may see your comment and realize that their new beginning is closer than they think. Chosen one. Numbers in your life are not empty. They are whispers, reminders, confirmations. Each time they appear, remember this: your story is not random. You are on divine schedule, and every number that points to new beginnings is God saying, I have not forgotten you. So lift your eyes, Do not curse the waiting. Even the very count of your days is written in his book. Every tick of time, every numbered step, is part of a larger rhythm that ends not in despair, but in destiny. New beginnings do not always appear with fireworks. Often, they arrive quietly, like the first light of dawn slipping over the horizon. At first, you barely notice the change, but soon you realize the darkness has lifted and a new day has begun. That is the meaning of 888, not just a fresh page, but an entirely new chapter. Your struggles have not been wasted, they have been the soil for new growth. Think of a field that lies barren through winter. The farmer may look at it and see only emptiness, but beneath the surface, nutrients are being restored. When spring comes, the same soil that looked dead bursts into green. So it is with you. Your season of emptiness was preparation for abundance. Typing 888 is more than digits. It is prophecy. It is saying, my story does not end here. A new cycle begins. By writing it, you are choosing to agree with heaven's perspective rather than your own despair. You are choosing to believe that even endings are pregnant with beginnings. Consider the caterpillar, wrapped in a cocoon. To the outside world, it looks lifeless. Yet inside, transformation is unfolding. One day, the cocoon splits, and a butterfly emerges. The cocoon was not a grave, it was a womb. 888 is your reminder that what felt like burial is actually birthing. And this new beginning is not for you alone. Your rising will inspire others who feel stuck. When they see your faith, your courage, and your testimony, they too will believe that their own new season is near. You will not only live in newness, you will lead others into it. So, chosen one, embrace the symbol of 888. Let it be etched in your heart as a reminder that God specializes in turning the page. And when you feel the temptation to despair, whisper to yourself, this is not the end. A new beginning has already started. Chosen one. Betrayal is a wound unlike any other. Strangers may wound you. Enemies may oppose you. But betrayal cuts deeper because it comes from those you once trusted. It is not just the act of being hurt. It is the sting of closeness turned against you. And yet, even betrayal carries a hidden alignment with your destiny. Think of Joseph. It was not foreigners who sold him into slavery. It was his own brothers. The very ones who shared his blood were the ones who plotted his downfall. And yet, without their betrayal, Joseph would never have stepped into Egypt, never have risen to the palace, never have saved nations from famine. What they meant for evil, God turned for good. The betrayal that scarred him also positioned him. The scriptures echo this truth in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 26, verse 48 through 50, where Judas betrayed Jesus with a kiss. Now the betrayer had arranged a signal with them. The one I kiss is the man. Arrest him. Going at once to Jesus, Judas said, "Greetings, Rabbi," and kissed him. Jesus replied, "Do what you came for, friend." And even the Son of God was not exempt from betrayal. Judas's kiss was bitter, yet it was the spark that lit the path to the cross. Without betrayal, redemption's story would not have unfolded. Chosen one. Your betrayal is not wasted. The sting you feel is not random cruelty. It is participation in the same road Christ himself walked. Betrayal always feels like subtraction, but it is often divine separation. God allows the false to fall away so that the true can rise. Picture a tree in autumn. The leaves fall, leaving branches bare. To the casual observer, it looks like death, but in reality, the tree is shedding what can no longer stay, making space for new growth in spring. In the same way, betrayal strips you of what is temporary so that your life can hold what is eternal. There was a woman who poured her heart into a friendship for years. She supported, encouraged, and gave without measure. Then one day, she discovered that her closest friend had been speaking against her, twisting her words, and damaging her reputation. The pain was unbearable, but in time, she saw that this betrayal pushed her closer to God, freed her from unhealthy dependence, and opened the door to new relationships built on truth. What once seemed like cruelty became protection. Betrayal also sharpens discernment. Before, you may have trusted too easily, leaning on people instead of God. After betrayal, your eyes open. You learn to test words, to weigh actions, to listen for the Spirit's guidance before opening your heart. Betrayal is a harsh teacher, but it leaves you wiser, stronger, and more attuned to truth. Think again of David. He knew betrayal well. Saul hunted him. Absalom rose against him. Friends turned their backs. Yet out of his wounds came psalms that still heal hearts today. His laments turned into songs. His pain became prophecy. Without betrayal, the depth of his worship might never have been written. Chosen one. When betrayal enters your life, it is easy to ask, why me? But remember, betrayal chooses the chosen. Those who carry destiny attract both loyalty and envy, and sometimes envy cloaks itself in friendship until the moment it strikes. You were not betrayed because you were worthless. You were betrayed because you carry weight. Betrayal is also a doorway into forgiveness, and forgiveness, though difficult, is freedom. When you forgive those who wronged you, you cut the rope that ties you to their actions. You release yourself from living in their shadow. Forgiveness does not excuse what they did, but it removes their power to poison your future. Consider Jesus at the cross. Betrayed, denied, abandoned. Yet his words were, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. That level of grace was only possible because betrayal had carved the stage for redemption. Your betrayal, painful as it is, becomes a chance to echo that same grace. When you release those who wronged you, you step into the likeness of Christ himself. You transform what was meant to destroy you into fuel that lifts you higher. Picture molten glass. It is shattered by heat and pressure, then reshaped into something new and beautiful. Betrayal is the fire that shatters, but in the hands of God, it is also the process that reshapes you into something unbreakable and radiant. One day, you will look back at the faces that turned against you and realize they were not the end of your story. They were part of the preparation. Their betrayal pushed you into places you would not have gone, taught you lessons you would not have learned, and stripped you of weights you could not carry into your future. Chosen one. Let betrayal do its work. Do not let bitterness take root. Do not let anger chain you. Instead, let it refine you. Let it become your teacher, your separator, your alignment. For though betrayal wounds, it also clears the path for destiny to unfold. And remember this, you are not alone in betrayal. Christ bore it. Joseph endured it. David sang through it. You are walking a road others have walked before, and every one of them emerged stronger. So will you. Betrayal, though sharp, is never the final word. It is a chapter, not the whole book. The pain you feel now will not last forever. It will become the ink with which your testimony is written. In time, you will see that those who left you were never meant to finish the journey with you. Their exit was painful, but it created space for those who truly belong. Sometimes, God must allow betrayal to clear the table so He can seat those who carry covenant with you. And when healing settles into your heart, you will realize that betrayal was not your breaking point, it was your turning point. It redirected you into deeper trust, higher wisdom, and unshakable resilience. Chosen one, do not fear betrayal anymore. It has no power to destroy you. Instead, it has already been transformed into fuel that will carry you toward destiny. Chosen one, there are battles you have fought that no one else has seen, victories no one applauded, struggles no one knew about, nights where you wrestled in silence while the world slept. These secret battles may have left you weary, but they are the foundation of an authority that will one day speak loudly. The hidden places are where true strength is forged. Public victories are celebrated, but private victories are what sustain you when no one is watching. They are the unshakable stones beneath your feet, giving stability when storms rage. Think of Jacob, wrestling with the angel in the night. No one was there to witness it. Alone, in the darkness, he fought until dawn, and when morning broke, he walked away with a limp, a mark of his secret battle. That limp was not shame, it was proof of encounter. His struggle in secret became his authority in public. The scriptures remind us in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 6, "But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father, who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you." And secret battles are never wasted, because heaven sees. Even when no one else acknowledges your fight, God records every tear, every whispered prayer, every trembling yes in the quiet of the night. And He promises reward not always in the way you expect, but always in the way you need. There was once a young man who seemed calm on the outside. To others, his life looked easy. But what they did not see were the battles he fought each night against anxiety, against fear of failure, against voices of discouragement. He prayed when no one knew, wept when no one watched, and rose each morning with quiet strength. Later, when he began speaking hope into others, his words carried weight. They weren't empty encouragement. They were born in secret wars. His hidden victories became his authority to help others win theirs. Chosen one, your authority will never be cheap. It will be purchased in the quiet hours when no one claps for you, when no one posts about you, when no one sees your tears. Those nights of hidden wrestling are forging a depth in you that cannot be faked. Picture a tree in drought. While the surface looks barren, the roots are growing deeper, searching for hidden water. Later, when the rains come, that tree will stand taller and stronger than others because its roots learned endurance underground. Your secret battles are your roots. They may not be visible, but they are anchoring you for seasons to come. Do not despise them. Do not think they are meaningless, because no one else sees. The unseen is where heaven does its finest work. The oil of anointing that flows through you tomorrow will come from the crushing you endured today when no one was watching. Even Jesus endured secret battles before his arrest. He went to Gethsemane. His disciples could not stay awake, and he prayed alone, sweating drops of blood. That solitary battle prepared him for the cross. Without victory in Gethsemane, there would have been no victory at Calvary. The public triumph was rooted in the private surrender. Chosen one. Every time you win in secret, heaven resounds with applause, even if earth remains silent. You may never receive human recognition for your struggles, but God himself marks them as victories, and when the time comes, your life will carry a weight others cannot explain. Think of a soldier who trains in silence, running drills in the dark, strengthening muscles when no one cheers. Later, when battle comes, his preparation in secret becomes his triumph in public. That is what your hidden wars are doing for you, equipping you for a victory that will one day shine beyond yourself. There was a woman who interceded for her children night after night. They never knew the hours she spent crying out for their safety, their future, their calling. Years later, when they flourished, they did not realize her secret prayers had been the shield around their lives. She did not seek recognition, but her hidden battle-shaped destiny. Chosen one. The world often glorifies what is loud and visible, but heaven treasures what is hidden and faithful. Do not underestimate the value of your secret battles. They are etching authority into your spirit, chiseling strength into your character, and storing treasures in heaven where no one can steal them. One day, you will walk into rooms and people will feel the weight you carry without knowing why. They will not see the nights of prayer, the silent endurance, the hidden tears, but they will sense the authority that flows from them. Your secret battles will not stay secret forever. Their fruit will manifest openly. So, do not resent the silence of your struggles. Embrace them. They are sacred. They are shaping you into one who speaks with power, lives with integrity, and stands with endurance. And when you limp from your battles, remember Jacob. His limp was not weakness, it was proof of encounter. Your scars are not shame, they are proof you prevailed. Heaven knows. Heaven sees. Heaven rewards. Every scar you carry from the secret place is a signature of heaven. They are not marks of defeat, but signs that you endured what others could not see. When people wonder why your words pierce their hearts, it is because those words were forged in nights of fire no one else witnessed. The unseen victories you hold are not just for you, they are torches to guide others, still stumbling in the dark. When they hear your story, when they feel the weight of your presence, they will know. This is someone who has walked through shadows and returned with light. Chosen one. Rejoice, even in the hidden battles, for they are the birthplace of your future crown. Chosen one. You carry a seal that cannot be erased. Heaven has stamped your life, and no force of darkness can undo it. This seal is not a mark of privilege without purpose. It is a sign of calling, a signal that you belong to God. You are set apart, not to boast, but to bear light in places others cannot reach. From the beginning, seals have carried meaning Kings sealed letters with wax to prove authenticity. Shepherds marked their sheep so they could not be stolen. Soldiers bore tattoos of their allegiance. And you, too, are sealed not with wax, not with ink, but with the Spirit of the living God. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the letter to the Ephesians, chapter 1, verse 13, when you believed, you were marked in him with a seal, the promised Holy Spirit. This seal is invisible to human eyes, but undeniable in the spiritual realm. That is why resistance follows you. Darkness recognizes the mark even when you forget it yourself. There was a young man who could never blend in. He tried to hide his faith, to act like everyone else. But something about him always made him stand out. People sensed something different, though they could not name it. Later he realized it was the seal. He carried presence, even in silence. So do you. Your seal makes you untouchable in ways you may not even see. Attacks may rise. Storms may rage. But your identity is anchored. You are claimed. You are preserved. Picture a lighthouse by the sea. Waves crash. Storms roar. Winds howl. Yet the light continues to shine. Its foundation is sealed deep into rock. That is what God has done with you, anchored you, sealed you, preserved you so that no tide can sweep you away. And because you are sealed, you are called to walk boldly. Do not shrink back. Do not live as if your mark is fragile. The Spirit within you is not a flickering candle, but a blazing torch. Now, let me speak gently about something important. These words reaching you right now are like streams of living water, flowing freely. If they have refreshed you, if they have helped you see your struggles in a new way, then I invite you to keep this stream flowing for others. Tap like if this message has touched your heart. Each like is like lifting a lantern in the night, letting others know there is light here. Choose to share this word if you know someone walking through battles alone. Think of it as sending bread to the hungry. A simple share may be the nourishment that saves a soul from despair. Subscribe if you want to remain connected. Subscribing is not obligation. It is choosing to keep your door open to encouragement, as if placing a window where sunlight can stream in again and again. And if you feel stirred, I invite you to donate, not as a duty, not as a payment, but as planting a seed into soil already bearing fruit. Every gift is like pouring oil into a lamp. Each drop ensures the flame keeps burning. Some pour little, some pour much. But every drop contributes to light that shines far into the night. Think of it another way. Donating is like adding bricks to a shelter. One brick alone may not seem like much, but together, they form walls strong enough to protect countless lives. Your brick, placed with love, might be the very one that completes the refuge someone else is searching for. Hear me clearly, this is never a condition. Whether you give or not, your value in God's eyes does not change. His love over you is not for sale, but donation is invitation. It is a chance to participate in the building of something larger than yourself. And in that act, you do not lose, you multiply. Your seed of generosity might one day be the reason a broken heart hears hope. It might be the reason a weary soul finds strength again. You may never meet the faces touched by your gift, but heaven records each one. Chosen one, your seal is unbreakable, your calling undeniable, and as you carry it forward, You are not just walking for yourself. You are blazing a path for others, leaving light behind for them to follow. So, walk with courage, shine with confidence, and know this: you are sealed for such a time as this. And nothing can steal what God has stamped upon your life. Seals also speak of ownership. When a king marked something with his seal, it was untouchable by others. To tamper with it was to defy the king himself. In the same way, the seal upon your life declares, you belong to the King of Kings. No hand of darkness can claim what heaven already owns. This truth should quiet the lies of fear. When storms shout, you will not survive. Remember, the seal says, you are preserved. When rejection whispers, you are forgotten, the seal declares, you are chosen. The mark of the Spirit always speaks louder than the voices of despair. And seals are not fragile. They endure. Wax melts, ink fades, but the Spirit's seal remains. No betrayal, no loss, no failure can erase it. Even when you stumble, the mark does not disappear. It stays, pulling you back, guiding you forward, reminding you who you are, chosen one. This seal is not a burden, but a crown. Wear it boldly. Let it remind you daily, you are not ordinary. You are marked. And wherever you go, heaven's mark goes with you. Chosen one. Every journey of destiny includes valleys. These valleys are not empty paths, but places of stretching, places of deepening, places where faith is tested and courage is refined. They are not detours, they are necessary steps on the way to the mountain. The valley feels different from the mountain. It is low, shadowed, often filled with silence. You look up at the peaks and wonder why you are walking down instead of climbing higher. Yet valleys carry treasures mountains cannot hold. The soil is richer. The rivers flow there, and the roots grow deepest in low places. The psalmist David spoke this truth in Psalms, chapter 23, verse 4. Even though I walk through the valley of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and staff comfort me. Notice his words: through the valley, not into forever, not trapped, but through. Valleys are passages, not prisons. They may be long, but they are not endless. And the presence of God does not abandon you there. It becomes your closest companion. Think of Israel journeying through the wilderness. The desert felt endless, barren, impossible. Yet every morning, manna fell. Every night, fire appeared. The valley was hard, but provision was constant. They did not walk alone, and neither do you. There was a man who lost everything in a short time: his job, his health, his confidence. He described it as walking through the lowest valley of his life. Yet, during that season, he discovered intimacy with God he had never known before. In the quiet of his valley, he found strength to rebuild. And years later, he realized the valley was where his true foundation was laid. Chosen one. Valleys also strip away illusions. On the mountaintop, distractions surround you: the applause, the noise, the rush. But in the valley, you discover what truly sustains you. You learn which voices are worth listening to and which must be silenced. Valleys purify, refining your vision until only truth remains. Picture a shepherd leading sheep. The valley often lies between two mountains. To reach higher ground, the flock must descend. The shadows may feel threatening, but the shepherd's staff is there to guide. Likewise, your valley is not a mistake. It is the path to your next height. Valleys also teach endurance. On the mountain, it is easy to celebrate, but endurance is built in low ground. When your feet ache, when your breath feels heavy, when your eyes see no end, yet you keep walking, that is when endurance is forged. And endurance, once formed, cannot be stolen. Even Jesus walked through valleys. Gethsemane was his valley, a place of crushing, of sorrow, of agony. He prayed alone, pressed beneath the weight of destiny. Yet in that valley, strength rose. From his lowest moment came the power to face the cross. If the Son of God himself endured valleys, then yours is not a punishment. It is participation in the sacred journey. Consider also how valleys create perspective. Mountains look different when seen from low ground. Their height, their majesty, their distance are clearer when you stand beneath them. Valleys, train your eyes to appreciate what lies ahead. They prepare your heart to cherish the mountain when you finally arrive. There was a young woman who spent years caring for her ill mother. Friends moved forward with careers and families, while she remained in what felt like a valley of delay. Yet, through that season, she learned compassion, patience, and resilience. Later, those very qualities became the foundation of her calling as a counselor. The valley prepared her in ways the mountain never could. Chosen one. The valley is not your defeat. It is your classroom. Every tear waters the soil of your growth. Every sigh becomes a prayer that strengthens your spirit. Every step, though heavy, is building endurance for the climb ahead. Picture gold being refined. Before it gleams, it must endure fire. The valley is your furnace. It hurts, but it purifies. And when you emerge, you will not only survive, you will shine. Do not curse your valley. Instead, look for its hidden streams. Rivers flow in valleys, not on mountaintops. Refreshment is waiting for those who search. God has placed treasures in your low season that will sustain you for the heights to come. And remember this, valleys end. The road always rises again. One day you will lift your eyes and realize you are climbing, that the shadows are fading, and that the mountaintop is near. When that day comes, you will look back at your valley, not with bitterness, but with gratitude, because it was there that you discovered strength, endurance, and intimacy with God. Chosen one. Do not fear the low places. Walk them with courage. They are not detours from destiny, they are steps toward it. And though the shadows feel heavy, light is already guiding you through. Valleys also birth testimonies that mountains never could. No one speaks with authority about comfort alone. True authority comes from surviving the shadows. When you emerge from the valley, your voice carries weight, because you know the path of pain and the God who walked with you through it. Do not underestimate this gift. Others will look to you not because you avoided valleys, but because you endured them. Your endurance will be their roadmap. Your survival, their encouragement. Your scars, their proof that valleys end. So, chosen one, hold your head high, even in the low ground. Each step you take is not wasted. It is preparing you for the summit. And when you stand there, you will know that the valley was never your grave. It was your passage into glory. Chosen one. Storms have a way of arriving without warning. The sky, once clear, turns dark. The winds rise suddenly, and rain lashes against you with no time to prepare. In life, storms are the moments when everything seems to collapse at once. Relationships breaking, health weakening, finances shaking, faith trembling. Yet even storms serve a purpose. Storms reveal foundations. A house may appear strong on a sunny day, but only when the storm hits do we discover if it is anchored. In the same way, your trials have tested what you stand on. If your trust was in people or possessions, storms would sweep it away. But if your foundation is God, though the winds rage, you will not collapse. The scriptures declare this truth in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, verses 24 and 25. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock. Now, storms do not come to expose your weakness, they come to prove your strength. Each gust that tried to break you has only pressed your roots deeper into the rock that cannot be shaken. There was once a woman who lost her job, faced betrayal from a friend, and fell ill all in the same year. To outsiders, it looked like disaster, but she discovered something remarkable. In her lowest storm, she heard God more clearly than ever. The winds stripped away distractions, and the rain washed her vision clean. Years later, she looked back and realized the storm was not destruction, but redirection. Chosen one. Storms also cleanse. Rain may sting, but it also washes away dust, leaving the air clear. Trials. 2. Wash away what cannot remain false. Friends. Shallow faith. Misplaced priorities. When the storm ends, what is left is purer, stronger, and truer. Picture a tree in the middle of a hurricane. Branches snap, leaves scatter. But when the storm passes, the roots remain. The storm prunes what was weak, leaving only what can endure. Your life is that tree. Though parts of you may feel broken, what remains is the essence of who you are, the unshakable part. Even Jesus' disciples faced storms on the Sea of Galilee. The waves threatened to drown them while he slept in the boat. Terrified, they cried out, and with a word, he calmed the wind and the sea. That story reminds us, storms may surround you, but they do not control you. The one in your boat holds authority over wind and waves. Storms also reveal who walks with you. Some companions scatter when the winds rise, while others hold fast. You learn who is truly aligned with you, who can stand in prayer and faith when skies darken. The storm is not only a test for you, but for those around you. Chosen one. The storm is never forever. Clouds part. Rain ceases, and sunlight breaks through. What feels unbearable today will one day be a story of survival, a testimony of endurance, a reminder that no storm lasts eternally. There was a young man who described his depression as a storm that never lifted. Yet one morning, he realized that though the storm still raged, he had survived each day. Survival itself was victory. And slowly, the clouds began to break. His storm taught him patience and gave him compassion for others walking under heavy skies. Storms will mark you. Yes, but they will not define you. They are seasons, not identities. You are not the broken one or the defeated one. You are the survivor, the one who endured the storm and emerged standing. Chosen one. Let the winds howl and the rains pour. You are anchored. You may sway, but you will not fall. For your foundation is not sand, it is the rock. And every storm you survive becomes proof that you are unshakable. Storms, though fierce, also awaken hidden strength. You never know the depth of your endurance until the winds test it. What you once thought would break you becomes the very situation that reveals your resilience. Storms do not only change the landscape around you, they change the person within you. Think of an eagle soaring in the midst of a tempest. While smaller birds seek shelter, the eagle stretches its wings and uses the very currents of the storm to rise higher. What others fear becomes its advantage. That is your calling too. The storm that came to bury you will lift you. If you choose to rise with it, storms refine your prayers as well. In calm seasons, prayers can be shallow, rushed, or routine. But in storms, every word carries weight. Every cry becomes a lifeline. Every whisper of faith, a battle cry. And those prayers, born in desperation, often carry the greatest power. They become the anchors you will hold onto for the rest of your journey. There was a mother who endured the storm of watching her child drift away into destructive choices. Night after night, she prayed with tears, clinging to God like never before. That storm strengthened her faith, and years later, her child returned, transformed. Looking back, she said, the storm did not destroy her family, it saved it. Chosen one. Storms also prepare you for leadership. Those who have walked through rain can guide others who are drenched. Those who have endured winds can steady others who tremble. Your storm equips you to be a shelter for those who follow. Do not despise your storm. Let it cleanse. Let it refine. Let it shape. For one day, you will look back and realize that what you thought was chaos was actually construction. The storm was building a stronger you, preparing a clearer path, and anchoring you in unshakable faith. Chosen one. Storm pass, but the strength they build endures forever. And when the sky clears, you will carry the radiance of one who survived what others could not. Chosen one. Sometimes the greatest battles you face are not external storms, but the wars inside your own mind. Doubt whispers, fear shouts, and memories of failure play like endless echoes. These inner struggles can feel more exhausting than any visible enemy, because they are constant, hidden, and relentless. Yet even these battles serve a divine purpose. They teach you to take authority over your thoughts and align your mind with truth. The scriptures speak with clarity in the second letter to the Corinthians. Chapter 10, verse 5. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God. And we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. Oh, this is the key. Your mind is not a battlefield to be lost, but a territory to be claimed. Every fearful thought is a trespasser. Every lie that tells you you are unworthy is an intruder. You are not powerless against them. You have the authority to take them captive. There was a young man who grew up believing he was destined to fail every time he tried to rise. His own mind sabotaged him. "You are not good enough," the thought would whisper, but when he began to speak truth over himself daily, something shifted. Slowly, the lies lost their grip. His mind became a place of strength, and his life followed. The inner war turned into inner victory. Chosen one. Your mind shapes your reality. If you allow fear to sit on the throne of your thoughts, it will rule your life. But when you enthrone truth, peace flows like a river. Taking thoughts captive is not a one-time act, it is daily warfare. A steady choosing of light over darkness. Picture a garden. If weeds are left unchecked, they choke life from flowers. But if the gardener removes them daily, beauty thrives. Your mind is that garden. Negative thoughts are weeds, truth is the flower. And you are the gardener, empowered to decide what grows. Even Jesus faced this inner war. In the wilderness, the enemy whispered lies. "If you are the Son of God." Yet Jesus did not debate, he declared truth. Each time, he answered with the word. His example shows us the way. You do not conquer lies with silence, you conquer them with declaration. There was a woman tormented by anxiety. At night, her mind raced with worst-case scenarios. She felt chained by her own imagination. But one day, she wrote down every fear on paper and answered each one with a promise of scripture. That act became her weapon. Over time, peace replaced panic. The war inside her turned into a testimony for others. Chosen one. You are not condemned for battling thoughts. The presence of lies in your mind does not mean you are faithless. It means you are human. But you are not left powerless. The Spirit within you equips you to rise, to refuse agreement with darkness, to speak life into your own soul. And now, I invite you into a prophetic act. Write in the comments the number 2222. 2 is the number of agreement and partnership. Writing 2222 declares that you choose agreement not with fear, but with truth. You are partnering with heaven's voice over your own mind. You are testifying that every lie will bow. Every anxious thought will bend. Every whisper of doubt will be silenced under the authority of Christ. Do not type this lightly. Let 2222 be your declaration that you will not be ruled by hidden battles, that you will step into alignment with truth. No matter how loud the lies once shouted, and when others read your comment, they too will be reminded. They are not prisoners of their thoughts, they are rulers over them. Chosen one, your mind is sacred ground. Guard it, tend it, fill it with words of life. And remember this, the same mind that once felt like a battlefield can become a sanctuary of peace. The inner war is often the most misunderstood because it leaves no visible scars. People around you may see you smiling and assume you are fine, while inside you are battling storms no one else hears. But heaven sees every thought, every sleepless night, every silent tear. You are not invisible to God. Even when your struggles are, your mind is not your enemy, it is your battlefield. And like any battlefield, victory comes not from ignoring the fight, but from engaging with strategy. That strategy is the Word of God, the promises that never fail. When you declare them, you shift the atmosphere inside your soul. Lies lose their power when truth takes the microphone. Think of a dark room. Fear thrives in shadows, but the moment a single candle is lit, the darkness cannot resist. In the same way, one declaration of truth can silence 100 lies. The war inside may feel overwhelming, but it only takes a spark of faith to shift the balance. Consider also how your victory in the mind prepares you for greater influence. Leaders who have not conquered their thoughts cannot lead others well. But when you win this inner war, you become an anchor for others. Your stability becomes their shelter. Your peace becomes their hope. This is why your struggle is not wasted. It is equipping you to help others break free. There was once a young woman who carried deep shame from her past. For years, every achievement was overshadowed by the thought, "You don't deserve this." Yet when she finally confronted those lies with truth, her entire countenance changed. No longer timid, she became bold, and her story set countless others free. Her inner victory became a public ministry. Chosen one, let this encourage you. Every time you choose truth over lies, you are building a fortress of peace inside. It may not happen overnight, but brick by brick, thought by thought, you are constructing a stronghold that no storm can tear down. So walk with confidence. Do not fear. The war inside it is already turning into testimony. One day, you will help someone else win their inner battle. And you will speak with power because you have walked the path yourself. Chosen one, there is a mystery about weakness that few embrace. The world tells you to hide it, to mask it, to pretend strength even when you are breaking inside. But heaven sees weakness differently. In God's eyes, weakness is not disqualification, it is the doorway through which His power flows. The Apostle Paul shared this secret in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 9. But he said to me, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses, so that Christ's power may rest on me." No, do you see the paradox? What you try to conceal, heaven wants to reveal. What you call failure, God calls opportunity. Weakness is not the end of your story. It is the stage on which grace performs its greatest work. Think of a cracked vessel. To the human eye, the cracks look like flaws, but when a light is placed inside, it is the cracks that allow the glow to shine through. Without the weakness, the vessel would look perfect, but remain dark. Your weaknesses are not walls, they are windows through which God's light shines. There was a man who stuttered badly. He avoided speaking in public, ashamed of his struggle. Yet one day he was asked to share his testimony. Nervous, he spoke haltingly, stumbling over words. But the audience was moved, not because he was eloquent, but because he was authentic. His weakness carried weight, and the Spirit's power flowed through it. Later, he became a preacher, not by overcoming his stutter, but by allowing God to work through it. His weakness became his authority. Chosen one, you do not need to hide your fragile places. They are not disqualifiers. They are reminders that you are human, dependent, and open to grace. The world may admire self-sufficiency, but heaven values surrender. Picture a child learning to walk. They stumble, they fall, they cry. To some, that looks like weakness, but to the parent, it is progress. Each fall is a step towards stability. Your weakness is not regression, it is evidence you are moving forward. Even Jesus, in his humanity, experienced weakness. On the cross, his body was broken, his strength poured out. To onlookers, it looked like defeat. Yet, in that very moment of apparent weakness, the greatest victory in history was accomplished. Death was defeated, sin was conquered, and eternity was opened. Weakness became triumph. Chosen one, your weakness will not destroy you. It will direct you. It pushes you to depend not on yourself, but on God. It humbles you, strips you of pride, and anchors you in grace. And in that place, his power flows freely. There was a woman who battled chronic illness. She hated her weakness, resenting how it slowed her life. But over time, she realized her condition forced her to lean on God daily. And in leaning, she discovered intimacy she might never have sought otherwise. Her weakness became her sanctuary, a place where God's presence rested. Weakness also teaches compassion. Those who have walked through fragility are gentler with others. They know the ache of stumbling, so they extend grace instead of judgment. Your weakness softens your heart, making you a vessel not of harshness, but of empathy. Think of clay in a potter's hand. It is soft, pliable, easily broken. Yet in that very softness, the potter shapes beauty. If the clay resisted, if it hardened, the potter could not work. Your weakness keeps you pliable, keeps you moldable, keeps you aligned with the hands of God. Chosen one, you may be tempted to despise your fragile places, but what if those places are the very ones heaven has chosen to reveal its glory? What if the crack in your life is the window through which others will glimpse the light of Christ? So do not hide your limp. Like Jacob, who walked away from his wrestling match with a permanent mark, let your limp be your testimony. It tells the world you wrestled, you endured, and you were touched by God. One day, others will look at you and say, "How did you survive with so little strength?" And you will answer, "Because His grace carried me." That answer will be more powerful than any display of self-made strength. Chosen one, weakness is not your enemy. It is your ally. It is the place where God meets you most intimately. And when you stop despising it, you will discover that what you thought was holding you back has actually been pushing you deeper into grace. So embrace it. Let your cracks shine. Let your light speak. Let your fragility become the very stage where God's strength performs its greatest work. Weakness also keeps you dependent on prayer. When you feel strong, you might be tempted to walk on your own. But when weakness humbles you, it reminds you that every step must be guided. Prayer in weakness is not less powerful. It is often more authentic. It carries honesty, roughness, and surrender. Those are the prayers heaven treasures most. And weakness makes your victories undeniable. If you had won by sheer talent, others might praise your skill. But when victory comes through fragile hands, no one can deny it was God. Your story becomes a living testimony that His strength is made perfect in weakness. Chosen one, never confuse weakness with worthlessness. You may stumble, you may ache, you may break, but you are never worthless. Heaven values the surrendered heart more than the flawless performance. And your surrendered heart, even in weakness, is precious in His sight. So, walk forward boldly, not in spite of your weakness, but with it. carry it as proof that you are human, and let it point to the one who is divine. For in him, your weakness is no longer a burden, it is a doorway to power. Chosen one. Your journey has never been small, even in your quietest days. Heaven has been weaving something eternal through your life. You may think of yourself as ordinary, but eternity has written your name into a story greater than you can yet see. Every step, every tear, every struggle has been counted. The prophet Jeremiah reminds us in his writings, chapter 29, verse 11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." This is not just a verse, it is a living promise. Your life is not a random journey, it is a pilgrimage, guided step by step toward destiny. There was once a man who felt invisible. He worked faithfully, prayed quietly, and lived without recognition. Yet years later, people he had helped in small ways began to return, each testifying how his presence had changed their lives. He discovered what heaven already knew. Nothing faithful is ever wasted. Your hidden obedience is building eternal impact. Chosen one. Think of your life as a river. A river does not rush to prove itself. It flows steadily, carving follies, shaping landscapes, nourishing everything along its path. That is what you are doing. You are shaping history in ways you may never fully see. But rivers only flow when they are kept alive. They must be fed by springs, rain, and streams. This message reaching you now is like one of those streams, a flow of living water. And if this flow has strengthened you, then I ask you to help it continue. Tap like if this word has touched your heart. Every like is like dropping a pebble into the water, causing ripples that spread further than you can see. Share this message if you know someone walking through shadows. Sharing is like guiding a thirsty traveler to the riverbank, showing them where water flows freely. Subscribe if you desire to stay connected to this river. Subscribing is not obligation. It is like building a small hut near the water, ensuring you always remain close to the stream that refreshes you. And if your spirit feels stirred, consider choosing to donate, not as a demand, not as a condition, but as an act of love. To donate is to pour water back into the stream, ensuring it does not dry up for others. Imagine you are standing at a well in the desert. Each cup you pour back ensures the next weary soul who arrives will also drink. Think of it like planting a vineyard. One seed may seem small, one vine fragile, but in time, it becomes a garden where many can sit under shade and eat of its fruit. Your gift today becomes harvest tomorrow for people you may never meet, but whose lives will be changed because you chose to sow. And know this with all certainty, you are never pressured. Support is always invitation, never obligation. Your worth in God's eyes is not tied to what you give, but to who you are sealed, chosen, loved. But donation is a way of saying, I believe in this river, and I want it to reach others. It is voluntary, beautiful, and deeply meaningful. Chosen one. Generosity multiplies. What you plant returns not only to those you bless, but also to your own soul. Many who gave thought they were losing, only to discover that heaven had poured back more than they released. That is the mystery of giving. It transforms both the giver and the receiver. So walk in freedom. Support if you feel led, and let your heart rejoice in the choice. Do not see it as duty, see it as participation in something eternal. Your life is not ordinary. Your journey is not wasted, and your impact is not small. You are part of a river that will continue to flow long after today, reaching places you may never step, touching hearts you may never know, transforming lives across the earth. Chosen one, walk boldly in that truth. You are written into the story of eternity. A river does not drink its own water. Its purpose is to flow outward, nourishing fields, villages, and lives along its banks. In the same way, your journey was never meant only for you. The strength you gain, the lessons you learn, the hope you carry, all of it is designed to spill over into others. This is why every act of kindness, every prayer whispered for someone else, every encouragement you release is like water continuing the flow. You may think it is small, but heaven records it as eternal. Even one word spoken in faith can ripple further than you imagine. Chosen one, do not underestimate the power of participation, whether it is lifting your voice, sharing light, or sowing into the stream. You are part of something far greater. A river is not formed by a single drop, but by many drops flowing together. In the same way, when many join in faith, in prayer, in generosity, the current grows stronger, reaching places no single one could reach alone. And when you give of yourself, whether through prayer, encouragement, or resource, you step into the divine rhythm of heaven. That rhythm is multiplication. What flows out of your hand never dies. It circles back, enriched and expanded. That is the beauty of God's economy. Nothing is wasted, nothing is forgotten, and nothing given in love remains small. So let your life remain a river. Chosen one, do not hold back the flow. Trust that, as you pour out, heaven will continue to pour in, and in that endless exchange, your life will become a testimony, a river that never ran dry. Chosen one, there is a holy mystery about perseverance. It is not flashy. It does not always make noise or draw attention. Perseverance is steady footsteps in the dark, a refusal to quit when quitting seems easier, a stubborn clinging to faith even when your hands feel weak. Perseverance is the mark of those who finish the race, not because they were the fastest, but because they never stopped moving forward. The scriptures proclaim in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 36, you need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised. And perseverance is the bridge between promise and fulfillment. Many receive vision, fewer receive the manifestation. Why? Because the middle, the long, wearying wait requires endurance. The enemy knows this, which is why he often does not fight hardest at the beginning, but during the middle. He knows beginnings inspire and endings celebrate. But the middle is where most give up. Think of a marathon runner. At the starting line, energy is high. The crowd cheers, and excitement fills the air. At the finish line, the glory of completion awaits. But somewhere in the middle, the legs burn, the lungs ache, and the crowd disappears. The runner must draw strength not from applause, but from resolve. That is perseverance. There was a woman who prayed for her family for decades, year after year. Nothing seemed to change. At times, she wondered if her prayers even mattered. But she pressed on, whispering the same prayers when no one listened. Years later, her children came to faith, one by one. Her perseverance was the seed that birthed harvest. She lived to see what only endurance could bring. Chosen one. Perseverance is not glamorous, but it is glorious. It is not lightning, it is the steady glow of a lantern in the night. It is the anchor that holds the ship steady while storms rage. It is the farmer sowing in faith, trusting that one day rain will come and fields will bloom. Picture a sculptor working with stone. Each strike of the hammer seems small, but over time, the masterpiece emerges. If the sculptor quit midway, the beauty would remain hidden. So it is. With your life, each step of perseverance is chiseling destiny out of stone. Even Jesus modeled perseverance. He endured misunderstanding, rejection, betrayal, and suffering. Yet he pressed on, for the joy set before him. His perseverance opened the gates of salvation. Without his endurance, there would be no redemption. Chosen one. Your perseverance matters more than you know. Every day you choose not to quit. You are declaring that darkness will not have the final word. Every step forward, however small, shakes the enemy's schemes. There was a man who nearly gave up after losing everything, but instead of quitting, he told himself, "One more day." That became his rhythm. One more day, then another, then another. Years later, he looked back and realized those one more days had carried him into an entirely new life. His perseverance rewrote his story. Now, I want to invite you into a prophetic act of agreement. Write in the comments these words: "Still I rise." This is not just a phrase, it is a declaration of defiance against despair. When you type, "Still I rise," you are saying that no matter how many times life has tried to push you down, you refuse to remain there. You are choosing resurrection over defeat, courage over fear, and endurance over surrender. And let me tell you why this matters. Your words are not just for you. Someone weary, someone crushed by setbacks, will read, "Still I rise," and realize they too can rise again. Your declaration will not only strengthen your own heart, but ignite hope in others who thought their story was finished. Chosen one. Perseverance will shape you into one who cannot be moved. It will deepen your character, strengthen your faith, and anchor your soul. You may not see the promise yet, but if you endure, you will. So keep walking, keep praying, keep believing. The finish line is closer than you think, and the promise waiting for you is greater than you imagined. Perseverance is not loud. It rarely looks heroic in the moment. More often, it looks like small choices: getting out of bed when you feel crushed, whispering a prayer when words barely form, or taking one step forward when your body screams to stop. These small choices, though unnoticed by others, are precious before God. Each one is a seed of endurance planted in eternity. Chosen one. Your steady persistence is writing a story of victory that cannot be erased. Think of a candle burning in a storm. The flame may flicker, but as long as it does not go out, it brings light into the darkness. That is perseverance, the refusal to let the flame die. Even when winds rage, your perseverance also shapes future generations. Children, friends, and even strangers will look at your life and say, "If they could keep going, so can I." Your endurance becomes an inheritance. You may not realize it now, but every step you take is paving a path for others who will walk after you. And know this, perseverance is not only about surviving, it is about becoming. Each moment of endurance deepens your character, teaches you humility, strengthens your spirit, and aligns you with heaven's rhythm. Without perseverance, destiny would remain a dream. With it, the dream becomes reality. So do not despise your long road. Every mile matters. Every tear is counted. Every weary step is transforming you into someone who will one day stand tall and say, "He endured." And the promise came. Chosen one. Your perseverance is not wasted. It is your crown in the making. Chosen one. Destiny is never without process. What you carry within you is precious. But like all treasures, it must be refined before it can be revealed. The fire, the waiting, the stretching, all of these are not punishments, but preparations. Without the process, the promise would crush you instead of crown you. The scriptures speak of this refining in the book of Malachi. Chapter 3, verse 3. He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify the Levites and refine them like gold and silver. Then the Lord will have men who will bring offerings in righteousness. And notice the image, God as the refiner, seated and patient, watching carefully. The silversmith never leaves the silver in the fire unattended. He sits close, his eyes fixed, ensuring the heat is never too much, never too little. And he knows the process is finished only when he can see his own reflection in the silver. Chosen one. That is what God is doing in you. The heat of your trials, the pressure of your struggles, the weight of your waiting. These are not random. They are fire with purpose. The refiner is watching, and he will not remove you too soon, nor leave you too long. He is waiting until his reflection shines through you. There was a man who felt his life was nothing but one long test. Every time he overcame one challenge, another seemed to rise. He begged for relief, wondering if God had forgotten him. But years later, he realized those seasons had produced resilience, faith, and wisdom he would never have gained otherwise. His life became a vessel through which others found strength. What felt like endless fire was actually careful refining. Chosen one. You may not enjoy the process, but you will cherish the product. Refined gold does not complain about the fire, it shines because of it. And so will you. Think of the potter's clay. At first, it is soft, shapeless, easily marred. But in the potter's hands, pressure begins. The wheel spins. Hands press. Shape forms. Still, it is not finished until it is placed in the furnace. Only the fire hardens it into lasting strength. Without fire, the clay would crumble. The same is true for you. Without the furnace of trials, your destiny could not endure. Even Jesus walked through process. For 30 years, he lived in obscurity before 3 years of ministry. He waited. He grew. He obeyed in hidden places before revealing himself openly. If the Son of God himself endured process, then your process is not a curse. It is the divine pathway. Chosen one. Do not despise small beginnings. The seed looks insignificant, buried in dark soil, unseen by all. But within it lies potential forests. The burial is not the end, it is the beginning. So it is with your life. Buried seasons often feel like death, but they are wombs of destiny. There was a young woman who dreamed of leading, of inspiring others, but for years she worked in hidden service, unnoticed and uncelebrated. At times she grew bitter, wondering if her dream had died. Yet in those hidden years, her character deepened, her humility grew, and her faith anchored. Later, when the doors opened, she discovered she was ready. Without the hidden process, her public calling would have crushed her. Chosen one. The process is the proving ground. It strips away pride, polishes character, strengthens resolve. It ensures that when the promise comes, you are able to hold it with humility and grace. Picture a vineyard. Grapes do not become wine overnight. They must be pressed, crushed, fermented, aged. The waiting refines their flavor, transforms their sweetness, deepens their worth. Your life is like that vineyard. Without crushing, there is no wine. Without time, there is no richness. Your process is not delay, it is development. And know this, the refiner never wastes fire. Every tear, every struggle, every season has purpose. Even when you do not understand, you can trust his hands. He is not cruel. He is careful. He is crafting something eternal in you. Chosen one, lift your eyes. The process may be long, but it is not endless. And when it is complete, you will stand radiant, resilient, and ready. Your scars will shine as proof of endurance. Your heart will carry the fragrance of humility, and your life will reflect the glory of the one who refined you. Chosen one. Sometimes the hardest part of process is that it feels hidden. Others see only fragments of your life. They see your smile, but not the fire. Your victories, but not the furnace. They may assume it is easy for you, but only heaven knows the weight you have carried. Yet take comfort. What is hidden from men is fully seen by God. Hidden seasons are holy seasons. Just as roots grow unseen beneath the soil, your unseen growth is what will sustain your visible fruit. Do not despise being hidden. It is in the shadows that God forms his strongest vessels. And remember this, process does not end in ashes. Fire purifie. But it does not consume what belongs to God. Like the 3 Hebrew boys in the furnace, you will emerge without even the smell of smoke, only freer, stronger, brighter than before. So, walk boldly through your refining. Each day in the fire is one step closer to the reflection of Christ shining in you. The pain of today is shaping the glory of tomorrow. Chosen one. Hold fast. The process is proof that you are chosen. And when it is finished, the world will see in you what heaven has already known, a vessel of gold, tested and true. Chosen one. There is a weight that comes with waiting. It is not the waiting in a line for something trivial, but the waiting for promises that feel eternal, for healing, for breakthrough, for restoration, for the unfolding of destiny. This waiting can feel like wilderness, stretching endlessly, pressing heavily, testing every fiber of your patience. Yet, waiting is one of heaven's greatest tools of transformation. The scriptures remind us of this in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 31. But those who wait on the Lord will renew their strength. They will mount up with wings like eagles. They will run and not be weary. They will walk and not faint. Notice, strength is not given before waiting. It is birthed in waiting. Renewal comes not by bypassing delay, but by enduring it. In waiting, you learn to lean, to listen, to trust. You discover that time is not wasted when it is surrendered to God. Think of Abraham. The promise of a son came early, but the fulfillment took decades. He stumbled. He doubted. Yet he waited. And in the waiting, his faith grew. By the time Isaac came, Abraham had learned not just to receive the promise, but to trust the promiser. There was a young woman who longed for purpose. She prayed daily, asking for clarity. But for years, she heard nothing. At times, she thought God had forgotten her. Yet in those years, she learned skills, built resilience, and discovered her voice. When her calling finally unfolded, she realized that the waiting had prepared her for it. Without the delay, she would not have been ready. Chosen one. Waiting feels like silence, but it is actually training. Just as muscles strengthen through resistance, your spirit strengthens through waiting. The pause is not empty, it is filled with unseen growth. Picture a seed buried in the soil. To the eye, nothing is happening. Days, weeks, months may pass with no sign of life. Yet underground, roots are forming, foundations are building. Without that hidden time, the plant would collapse the moment it sprouted. Waiting seasons are your underground time. They are preparing your roots for lasting fruit. Even Jesus honored the principle of waiting. For 30 years, he lived in obscurity before 3 years of ministry. He waited. He grew. He learned obedience in hiddenness. When the moment came, he was not only anointed, but also prepared. Waiting preserved his calling. Chosen one. Waiting also reveals motives. Do you seek the promise or the promiser? Do you desire God's gifts or God himself? In the delay, motives are purified, desires are refined, love is tested. Waiting strips away selfishness until only true devotion remains. There was a man who prayed for financial blessing, year after year. The answer seemed delayed, but in that time, he learned contentment, generosity, and stewardship. When breakthrough finally came, he was not crushed by greed, but equipped to use resources wisely. The waiting shaped his heart before filling his hands. Waiting seasons are not punishment, they are protection. If blessings arrive too soon, they might destroy you. But when they come after waiting, you are ready to carry them. The delay is not denial, it is preparation. Picture a diamond. It begins as carbon, buried under pressure and time. The process is long, invisible, and painful. Yet, without waiting, it would never transform. So it is with you. The weight of waiting is the womb of your brilliance. Chosen one. Do not curse your delay. Do not despise your waiting. It is heaven's classroom, shaping endurance, deepening faith, and building maturity. And when the waiting ends, you will not only receive the promise, you will be strong enough to hold it. So rest in the waiting. Trust the refiner. Embrace the process. For the delay is not wasted, and the wait is never empty. Heaven is working, even when you cannot see. Waiting also teaches you to pace yourself. In a world obsessed with speed, waiting feels like failure. But heaven's timeline is different. Speed may impress. But endurance transforme. When you wait, you are learning not just how to start strong, but how to finish well. And in the kingdom, finishing matters more than rushing. Think of a musician tuning their instrument before a concert. To the impatient, those minutes feel unnecessary. But to the skilled, tuning is essential. Without it, the song would be distorted. Waiting is God tuning your life, ensuring that when your moment comes, the sound you release will be pure and powerful. Waiting also deepens trust. If every prayer were answered instantly, faith would never grow. But when you wait and still choose to believe, you are building muscles of trust that cannot be shaken. That trust becomes a shield for the future, because you have proven to yourself that God's silence does not equal his absence. There was a woman who longed for healing for years. Nothing changed, but through the waiting, she discovered joy in worship, strength in community, and hope in God's presence. When healing finally came, she realized that the greatest gift was not her restored health, but the intimacy she had gained with God during the wait. Chosen one. Waiting seasons may feel slow, but they are filled with hidden acceleration. While you think nothing is moving, God is aligning people, preparing doors, and weaving details. Like a tapestry, the design cannot be seen until the weaving is finished. Waiting is the weaving. Picture the dawn. It does not rush. The sky slowly shifts from darkness to light, moment by moment. Waiting is your dawn. The brightness is coming, but the slow unfolding is what makes it beautiful. So, do not lose heart in the waiting. Do not measure progress only by what you can see. Heaven is working in ways beyond your vision. And when the time is right, the door will open. The promise will arrive, and you will understand why the wait was necessary. Chosen one. The waiting is not empty, it is holy. Cherish it. For one day you will look back and say, "The waiting made me who I am." Lo, chosen one. Do you realize that numbers are not only mathematical, they are prophetic? Since the beginning, God has woven numbers into his creation as signs, patterns, and confirmations. The days of creation, the tribes of Israel, the years of jubilees all testify that heaven speaks in rhythm, and numbers are often part of its language. The scriptures confirm this in the book of Job, chapter 14, verse 5. A person's days are determined. You have decreed the number of his months and have set limits he cannot exceed. End of 4. This is the truth. Your life is not random. Even your days are numbered by heaven, marked with purpose, arranged with precision. Nothing is accidental. There was a young woman who kept noticing the same sequence of numbers appearing in her life on receipts, on clocks, even in addresses. At first, she dismissed it as coincidence, but later, she realized each time those numbers appeared was during a moment of decision, like a whisper from heaven saying, "I am with you, walk this way." What seemed random was actually reassurance. Numbers in the Bible carry messages. 40 often represents testing and preparation, as with Moses on the mountain, Israel in the wilderness, and Jesus in the desert. 12 symbolizes divine government, the 12 tribes of Israel. The 12 apostles of the Lamb. 3 speaks of resurrection and divine fullness. 10 reflects order and the completion of cycles. Each one is more than arithmetic, it is alignment. Chosen one. Think of your struggles. They have felt long, heavy, unending. But even those days are numbered. Your wilderness has an expiration date. Your tears are not infinite. Each one has been counted and stored in heaven's bottle. Numbers remind you that God's control has never slipped, not even for a moment. There was once a man who felt overwhelmed by delays. He counted the days, angry at the years he thought were wasted. But when breakthrough finally came, he realized none of the waiting was random. Each year had carried lessons, and the timing of the open door was perfect. What he thought were wasted numbers of days were actually sacred steps of preparation. Numbers also remind you that grace multiplies. One seed sown may yield 30, 60, or 100-fold. What begins small expands into abundance. Numbers carry multiplication, pointing to a God who takes little and makes much. Picture an architect designing a great cathedral. Every measurement is precise, every angle calculated, every stone fitted by number. Without numbers, the design would collapse. In the same way, your life is a cathedral under construction. Heaven is the architect, and the numbers of your days are carefully aligned to build something glorious. Chosen one. I want you to take part in a prophetic declaration. Write in the comments the number 4,444. 4 often represents foundation and stability. North, south, east, west. The 4 corners of the earth. The 4 living creatures around God's throne. By writing 4,444, you are declaring, my life is being established on solid ground. My steps are aligned. My foundation is secure. And this is not superstition, it is alignment. When you type 4,444, you are testifying that though storms may shake you, your foundation in God is unshakable. You are declaring stability over your destiny, strength over your struggles, and divine order over your future. And know this, your declaration does not just affect you. Others scrolling will see 4,444 and be reminded that they too can stand firm, that their lives are not accidents, but aligned with heaven's rhythm. Your comment may be the stone that strengthens another's foundation. Chosen one. Numbers are not meaningless. They are whispers of eternity. Reminders that God counts what you cannot, measures what you overlook, and governs what seems chaotic. Even when your life feels like disorder, heaven holds the pattern. So, lift your eyes. The God who counts the stars and calls them by name also numbers your steps, and he declares, none of them are wasted. Chosen one. The number 4,444 is not just digits on a page. It is a prophetic picture of balance and grounding. 4 speaks of the earth, the 4 directions, the 4 seasons, the 4 winds. It reminds you that while life can feel scattered, heaven has already set boundaries and structure. When you see 4,444, it is as if God himself is saying, I am establishing your steps. I am giving you stability. End quote. Think of a house built on 4 strong pillars. Without them, the structure would collapse. With them, it can endure storms for generations. Your life, too, is being built on 4 unseen pillars: faith, hope, love, and endurance. Each pillar strengthens you so that no shaking can topple what God has set in place. There was a man who felt his life was always crumbling. Relationships fell apart. Finances slipped away. Dreams broke like glass. But as he grew in faith, he began to notice a new pattern. His foundation was no longer fear, but trust in God. Slowly, stability entered his life. The storms did not vanish, but his house stood firm. The number 4 became his reminder that God was securing his foundation. Chosen one. The repetition of 4,444 multiplies this truth. It is not one corner or one season, it is all directions, all moments, all parts of your life being brought into alignment. Where you once felt scattered, God is bringing wholeness. Where you once wavered, He is anchoring. Where you once questioned your footing, He is planting your steps on solid rock. Picture the 4 rivers flowing from Eden in Genesis. Each carried life, nourishment, and blessing to the land. In the same way, when you align with the message of 4,444, it is as if rivers of stability and strength begin flowing into every area of your life, your relationships, your calling, your work, your inner peace. So when you declare 4,444, you are not just writing numbers, you are speaking order into chaos, structure into disorder, and stability into uncertainty. You are reminding yourself and proclaiming to heaven and earth that your life is grounded in a foundation that cannot fail. Chosen one. You were not placed here by accident. You were not formed in the chaos of chance, but in the careful design of the Creator who spoke stars into being and still numbered the hairs on your head. Your life is not random, it is intentional. Every step, every season, every struggle has been ordered for a purpose beyond what your eyes can yet see. The scriptures affirm this in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9. In their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. And that means your path, though it may twist, though it may feel delayed, is never lost. Even detours are woven into destiny. You are walking a road the Lord Himself has ordained, and nothing can erase what His hand has written. There was once a man who thought his life was wasted. Wrong turns, broken dreams, and failures haunted him. But years later, he discovered that even those detours became the very testimony that gave his words power. What he thought disqualified him actually became proof of God's faithfulness. Chosen one. Nothing in your life will be wasted either. Picture a painter working on a canvas. At times, the strokes look chaotic, even messy. But when the artist steps back, a masterpiece emerges. That is your life. Up close, it may look like confusion, but heaven already sees the finished work, a masterpiece signed with God's name. Now, let me speak to your heart about something sacred. These words reaching you now are like lamps on your journey. If they have encouraged you, if they have spoken life into your valley, then I invite you to help keep the lamps burning for others. Tap like if this word has stirred you. A like is not just a click, it is like lighting a small candle that joins thousands of others. pushing back darkness so someone else can find their way. Choose to share this message if you know someone who feels lost. Sharing is like handing a torch to a traveler still searching for the path. Your small act could guide them home. Subscribe if you wish to remain connected. Subscribing is not a contract. It is like choosing to pitch your tent near the fire, so you will always have warmth when the night gets cold. And if you feel led, I invite you to donate. Hear me clearly, not as a demand, never as a requirement, but as a gift of love. Donation is not payment, it is participation. It is like adding oil to a lamp so that its flame continues to burn through the night. Each drop of oil matters. Some give little, some give much, but together they ensure the fire never goes out. Think of it another way. Imagine a great orchard. Each tree bears fruit because someone, long ago, planted seeds. To donate is to plant seeds for trees you may never sit under, fruit you may never taste, but others will. Your generosity becomes shade for the weary, nourishment for the hungry, and beauty for generations. And know this with certainty: your worth does not rise or fall with what you give. Heaven's love for you is unconditional, but when you choose to give, you enter into heaven's rhythm of multiplication. The seed you release today does not vanish, it multiplies. It touches lives, strengthens voices, and carries light into places you cannot go yourself. Chosen one. Everything in your journey has brought you here to this moment, to this reminder, to this truth. You are chosen, you are seen, and you are part of something eternal. So walk with courage, live with open hands, and let your life, whether through prayer, encouragement, or generosity, continue the flow of light that is already reaching countless souls. You are not just a listener of these words, you are a bearer of them. And together, we are building something beautiful, something eternal, something that no darkness can extinguish. Generosity, chosen one, is never measured by size but by spirit. A drop of water may seem small, yet when it falls into the ocean, it becomes part of something vast and unstoppable. In the same way, your offering, no matter how little or great, becomes part of a larger stream that flows into eternity. There was once a widow who gave 2 small coins in the temple. Others gave more. But Jesus declared that her gift was greater because she gave from her heart. This story is a reminder that heaven measures differently. The value of your gift is not in the number, but in the love behind it. Think of your giving as planting flowers along a path. You may never walk that path again, but someone weary will pass by, see beauty, and breathe hope because of what you planted. That is the unseen impact of generosity. It blesses far beyond your sight. And remember, giving does not end with money. Your time, your encouragement, your prayers are gifts too. When you pray for someone, you are donating hope. When you speak life, you are planting seeds of courage. When you share your story, you are giving away light. Chosen one, let your life remain open-handed. The more freely you release, the more room you make for heaven to pour back in. This is not loss, it is exchange. And in this divine exchange, nothing given in love is ever wasted. Chosen one. There comes a moment in your journey when you realize that victory is not only about what happens around you, but also about what happens within you. Many battles you have faced were not against visible enemies, but against fear, doubt, and the quiet temptation to quit. Yet you are still here. That is victory. Survival itself is a declaration that darkness has not prevailed. The scriptures remind us of this in the first letter of John, chapter 5, verse 4. For everyone born of God overcomes the world. This is the victory that has overcome the world, even our faith. Oh, victory is not always loud. Sometimes it is quiet, a whisper of hope in the night, a steady step forward when you feel like collapsing, a decision to keep believing when evidence tells you not to. These moments, invisible to others, are celebrated in heaven as triumphs. There was once a young man who battled deep discouragement. To others, he looked fine, but inside he felt defeated. One day, he made a choice. I will not quit today. That single decision became a rhythm. Day after day, he whispered it, and day after day, he lived it. Years later, he realized those small victories had carried him into freedom. His story reminds us that victory is not one grand event, but a collection of daily choices. Chosen one. Your life is already marked with victories others cannot see. Every temptation you resisted, every wound you forgave, every burden you carried without collapsing, all of it testifies that you are an overcomer. Picture a climber on a mountain. Each step feels insignificant compared to the peak, yet without each one, the summit would never be reached. Your small victories are those steps. They may not look like much in the moment, but together they lift you higher, closer to your calling. Even Jesus defined victory differently than the world. His greatest triumph was not the miracles that dazzled crowds, but the cross where he laid down his life. What looked like defeat became the ultimate victory over sin and death. That paradox is also your truth. Your lowest moments may hold the seeds of your greatest triumphs. Chosen one. I invite you now into a prophetic declaration. Write in the comments these words: victory is mine. Emza. This is not just a phrase. It is a banner, a battle cry, a reminder to your soul. When you type, "Victory is mine," you are declaring that no matter what you see, faith has already secured the outcome. You are proclaiming that your struggles are not the end, but stepping stones toward glory. And here is why it matters. Someone else reading your words may be in the middle of their darkest battle. When they see your comment, it might ignite a spark in them, a whisper that says, if they believe in victory, maybe I can too. Your declaration becomes contagious courage, a ripple of strength across lives you may never meet. There was a woman who had been through betrayal, sickness, and loss. Yet she wrote in her journal daily, "Victory is mine." At first, it felt like a lie, but over time, it became her truth. She began to see victories everywhere, in her healing, in her restored joy, in the peace that grew stronger than pain. Her story became a testimony that victory is not only possible, it is promised. Chosen one. Victory is not about never falling, it is about rising every time you do. Victory is not about never being wounded, it is about healing and continuing to fight. Victory is not about perfection, it is about perseverance. So let your heart rest. The victory is already written. Your faith is the evidence. And as long as you keep moving, keep believing, keep rising, you are already walking in triumph. Lift your head. Chosen one. The crown of victory is not waiting at the end, only it is already upon you. Every step forward shines with glory. Every scar testifies of endurance, and every breath declares, you are victorious. Victory, chosen one, is often misunderstood. People think it is about arriving at a perfect place where no battles remain. But true victory is about walking through battles and realizing they no longer define you. It is not the absence of struggle, it is the presence of strength within the struggle. Think of David. His greatest victory was not just defeating Goliath with a stone. It was the faith that carried him onto the battlefield in the first place. Victory began before the stone flew, when he believed that God's power was greater than the giant's size. That same truth applies to you. Victory is born in your belief, long before the evidence appears. Victory also has layers. There is victory over fear, victory over doubt, victory over the lies spoken over your life. Each time you refuse to agree with darkness, you are walking in victory. Even if the situation hasn't shifted yet, your heart has, and that shift is the true beginning of freedom. There was once a man bound by addiction. For years, he thought victory meant never being tempted again. But he learned that victory was not the absence of temptation, it was the strength to say no, again and again. That daily resilience became his testimony, and eventually, the chains broke. His story reveals that victory is not always instant. It is often progressive. Picture a battlefield after war. The land is scarred, but the flag of victory flies above it. Your life may still carry scars, but they do not erase your victory, they prove it. Scars are signs that the battle was real, but also that you survived. They are not marks of shame, but of triumph. Chosen one. Let this settle deep. You do not fight for victory. You fight from victory. Christ already secured the final triumph on the cross. Every battle you face now is fought in the shadow of his completed work. That means your end is never defeat. Your end is always glory. So when you declare, "Victory is mine," you are aligning with heaven's truth. You are speaking from a place already won. And in time, your life will reflect that reality, shining as a beacon to others, still in their battles. Chosen one. One of the deepest struggles you have faced in your journey is rejection. It is a wound that cuts quietly, but deeply. Unlike physical pain, rejection often lingers unseen, whispering lies that you are unworthy, unloved, or unnecessary. Yet what man rejects, God often selects. Heaven's choice does not bow to human approval. The scriptures remind us of this in the book of Psalms, chapter 118, verse 22. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Jesus himself bore rejection. He was despised by his own people, misunderstood by family, betrayed by friends, condemned by leaders. Yet out of that rejection came the foundation of salvation. What the world cast aside became the very cornerstone of eternity. This truth is also your truth. Your rejection is not the end of your story, but the beginning of God's redirection. There was once a woman who longed to belong, time and again. She was overlooked for promotions, left out of circles, dismissed by those she cared about. She carried the ache of invisibility, but years later, she discovered that the very doors closed to her pushed her toward her own business. where she thrived beyond imagination. Rejection was not her end, it was her rerouting. Chosen one. Rejection is not proof of your inadequacy, it is evidence of your distinction. You were never meant to blend in, never meant to conform, never meant to walk paths carved by others. When people push you out, it may be heaven pulling you aside to set you apart. Picture a diamond cutter. He studies the stone carefully, striking certain parts to shape it into brilliance. To the untrained eye, those strikes look like damage, but to the cutter, they are precision. In the same way, rejection feels like breaking, but it is shaping you into the exact form heaven designed. Even David, the shepherd boy, was rejected. His own father did not call him in when Samuel came to anoint a king. Yet the oil was reserved for him. Man's dismissal did not erase heaven's decree. So it is with you. Oil waits for you, even when men forget you. Rejection also protects. Sometimes the very thing you long for would harm you if given too soon or at all. The no you received may have been heaven's shield, sparing you from unseen pain. Though it stings in the moment, time often reveals that the closed door was mercy disguised. There was a man who faced heartbreak after heartbreak. Each rejection left him shattered, but later, he met the partner who truly honored him. Looking back, he realized those earlier rejections had been protection. They had preserved him for someone aligned with his destiny. Chosen one. Rejection also refines. It forces you to anchor your worth, not in applause, but in identity. When the voices of others fade, you are left with one voice, the voice of God declaring, "You are mine." Rejection becomes the furnace where you learn to believe that one voice is enough. Picture a tree in winter, stripped of leaves. It looks abandoned, lifeless, rejected by the season. Yet underground, roots grow deeper, preparing for spring. Your rejection seasons are winters, but they are not death. They are preparation for greater bloom. Even the apostles faced rejection. Paul was imprisoned, beaten, cast out of cities. Yet in those very places, churches were planted, letters were written, and the gospel spread. Rejection did not stop the mission, it expanded it. Chosen one. Rejection may have left scars, but those scars are not shame. They are signatures of survival, proof that you endured and emerged stronger. You are not defined by who walked away. You are defined by the one who chose you before the foundation of the world. So lift your head. Rejection is not your label. Chosen is. The doors that shut were not endings but redirections. The people who left were not your loss but heaven's pruning. And the moments you felt most cast aside were often the very moments you were being set apart for glory. Chosen one. Rejection also serves to clarify your circle. Not everyone is meant to walk beside you into destiny. Some were only assigned to a season, not your lifetime. When they walk away, it hurts. But it also clears space for those who are truly aligned with your calling. Heaven does not remove without replacing. Those who remain after rejection are often the ones with covenant hearts, chosen to walk with you through both valleys and mountaintops. There was once a young leader who longed for affirmation. Many around him applauded when things went well but disappeared the moment hardship struck. At first, he felt abandoned, but later, he realized that the pruning of false supporters revealed the few who were genuine. Those few became his lifelong companions, stronger than an army of admirers. Rejection also sharpens resilience. Each time you survive being overlooked, dismissed, or abandoned, you discover that your worth was never tied to their acceptance. What once broke you begins to strengthen you. The very sting that once left you fragile becomes the fire that makes you unshakable. Think of gold. When impurities are burned away, the metal becomes more valuable. Rejection burns away false attachments and misplaced worth, leaving only the pure core of your identity in God. That purity is priceless. Chosen one. You must remember this. The cornerstone was once rejected. If rejection did not disqualify Jesus, it will not disqualify you. Instead, it places you in alignment with Him. Your rejection is not a curse. It is a confirmation that you are being shaped into something the world cannot comprehend. So wear your scars without shame. Let rejection become your testimony. For what others cast aside, heaven is crowning. What others overlooked, God is exalting. And what others dismissed, the Spirit is refining into eternal significance. Chosen one. There is a weight that many do not see, yet you have carried it in silence. It is the burden of responsibility, the awareness that your life is not only about you, but about those who will be touched through you. This is not a burden meant to crush you, but to shape you into one who can bear the mantle of destiny with humility and strength. The scriptures remind us in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Responsibility often feels heavy because it asks for endurance. Doing good is not difficult. Once it is difficult when it must be done again and again, without applause, without recognition, without immediate reward. Yet, this is how harvests are born, through steady sowing. Even when the soil looks barren, there was a woman who faithfully cared for her aging parents. Her friends pursued careers and pleasures, while she lived in quiet service. At times, she felt invisible, yet, years later, she realized the patience, compassion, and resilience she had cultivated became the very qualities that equipped her to mentor and lead others. Her unseen responsibility became her visible authority. Chosen one. Responsibility is not a punishment, but a crown. It is heaven's way of saying, "I trust you with this." Others may run freely without weight, but you are called to carry something heavier because you are destined for something greater. Picture a soldier carrying a banner into battle. The banner is heavy. The enemy targets him first. Yet without that banner, the army has no rallying point. Responsibility is like that banner. It is not easy, but it gives meaning, direction, and courage to those who follow. Even Jesus bore the greatest responsibility. The cross was not only about his suffering, it was about carrying the weight of the world's redemption. Though the burden crushed his body, it crowned his purpose. Without responsibility, there would have been no resurrection, no salvation. Chosen one. Responsibility will sometimes make you feel different from others. While others sleep, you may be called to pray. While others chase comfort, you may be called to sacrifice. While others run lightly, you may walk slowly under the weight of your mantle. But this difference is not to shame you, it is to shape you. There was a young man who worked tirelessly to provide for his family after his father abandoned them. He envied his peers who seemed carefree, yet later, those very peers looked to him for wisdom and stability. His responsibility, once resented, became the very thing that set him apart as a leader. Responsibility also teaches dependence. The weight is too heavy for one person alone. And that is the point. It drives you to lean on God daily, to seek His strength in weakness, to rely not on your own capacity, but on His endless supply. In this way, responsibility does not crush you, it refines you. Picture a bridge spanning a great river. Its weight is immense, but it stands because it distributes the load evenly across pillars. Your responsibility is not meant to rest on your shoulders alone. It is meant to be carried with God, shared with others, distributed across pillars of support. Chosen one. When you feel weary, remember the promise: at the proper time, we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Every act of faithfulness, every quiet sacrifice, every burden carried in love is a seed, and one day, the harvest will come greater than you imagined, richer than you dreamed. So do not despise your responsibility. Wear it with dignity. It is the mark of the chosen, and though it feels heavy now, it will one day be your testimony that you did not waste your calling, but carried it faithfully until the end. Chosen one. Responsibility also sharpens vision. When you carry weight, you begin to see further than those who walk lightly. You notice details. You anticipate challenges, and you plan with wisdom. Responsibility stretches your sight beyond the moment into the future. It trains you to live not just for today, but for generations. There was once a teacher who felt burdened by the endless task of guiding children who often resisted instruction, yet over the years, she realized her investment shaped not just their behavior in the classroom, but their lives far beyond it. Her responsibility gave her the ability to see potential where others only saw trouble. Responsibility also purifies motives. When the weight becomes heavy, applause and recognition fade quickly as motivators. What remains is love. Love for God. Love for people. Love for the calling itself. That love becomes the anchor that keeps you steady when fatigue tempts you to let go. Think of a shepherd with his flock. It is not glamorous work. The days are long. The sheep often wander, and danger always lurks. Yet the shepherd remains, not for applause, but for love. That is the essence of holy responsibility, staying faithful because love compels you. And when the harvest comes, it will be sweeter because of the weight you carried to reach it. The crown of responsibility may feel heavy now, but one day it will shine as proof that you bore what heaven trusted you with. So do not shrink back. Your responsibility is not your downfall, it is your distinction. Embrace it as a sacred trust, knowing that every burden carried faithfully is shaping you into one who will stand radiant in glory. Chosen one. There is a mystery about glory that few understand. Many think of glory as shining lights, applause, or recognition. But in the kingdom of God, glory is not about fame, it is about weight. True glory is the weight of God's presence resting upon you, shaping you, and transforming you into someone who reflects His nature. The scriptures remind us in the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 3, verse 18, and we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into His image with ever-increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit. This means glory is not a single moment. It is a process, day by day. As you behold him, you are being changed. Each trial endured, each prayer whispered, each act of obedience adds another layer of glory upon your life. There was once a man who longed for recognition. He worked tirelessly, hoping others would see his worth. But over time, he discovered that the most powerful moments were not on stages, but in quiet encounters with God. It was in those hidden hours of prayer that his heart burned with light. Later, when he spoke, people could sense something different, not because of his words alone, but because of the weight of God's glory resting on him. Chosen one. Glory is not what you perform. It is what you carry. It is not earned by striving, but received by surrender. When you yield to God, he clothes you in his radiance. Picture Moses coming down from Mount Sinai. His face shone so brightly from being in God's presence that the people could not even look at him. He had not sought glory, it simply rested on him because he had been with the Lord. That same principle applies to you. Glory is not achieved, it is encountered. Even Jesus spoke of glory not as applause, but as obedience. On the eve of his crucifixion, he prayed, "Father, glorify your Son." His glory was revealed not in avoiding the cross, but in enduring it. His greatest trial became his greatest revelation of glory. Chosen one. Your scars are part of your glory. They testify that you endured, that you were touched by God, that his strength carried you. What others see as weakness becomes a radiant mark of his presence. There was a woman who carried deep wounds from rejection and betrayal. She thought her pain disqualified her, but when she began sharing her story, others were moved. They said, "When you speak, we feel hot near." Her brokenness became her brilliance. Her pain became her platform of glory. Glory also humbles. It is not about exalting yourself, but about pointing back to the one who gave it. When glory rests on you, it is never meant to stop with you. It is meant to flow through you, drawing others closer to the source. Picture the moon shining at night. It has no light of its own, yet it reflects the sun's brilliance. That is you, chosen one. You may feel ordinary, but when you turn your face toward him, you reflect his radiance into the night around you. Glory grows as you surrender. The more you release control, the more space his presence fills. The less you cling to your own strength, the more his power shines through. Glory is not about adding more to yourself, it is about letting him increase as you decrease. There was a young leader who tried to carry ministry on his own strength. He wore himself out, striving to impress. But one day, broken and weary, he surrendered everything. From then on, his words carried weight. His presence brought peace, and his prayers carried fire. It was no longer him, it was God's glory shining through. Chosen one. Glory is your inheritance. It is not reserved for a select few, it is promised to all who behold him. As you walk, as you worship, as you endure, you are being clothed in ever-increasing glory. And one day, when all is revealed, you will shine brighter than the sun in the kingdom of your Father. So walk humbly, shine quietly, and remember this: glory is not about what the world sees, it is about what heaven has already placed upon you. And that weight of glory will carry you into eternity. Chosen one. Glory also carries responsibility. The more of God's presence you carry, the more carefully you must walk. Glory is like fire, beautiful, powerful, but also holy. It must be handled with reverence. When His weight rests on you, it calls you to live differently, to choose purity over compromise, humility over pride, surrender over control. There was once a musician whose talent dazzled crowds, but it was not until he surrendered his gift to God that glory began to flow through his music. People wept, hearts softened, and lives were changed. His skill impressed, but it was God's glory that transformed. The difference was not technique, it was surrender. Glory also prepares you for eternity. What you carry now is only a foretaste of what is to come. The radiance you experience in glimpses will one day surround you fully when you stand before His throne. Earthly glory fades, but heavenly glory endures forever. Think of a sunrise. First comes a faint glow, then brighter rays, until the full sun bursts forth. Your life is in the glow stage. Glory is increasing daily. One day, when the dawn of eternity breaks, you will shine in fullness. Chosen one, never despise the weight of glory. It is shaping you, humbling you, and pointing others to the one who gave it. Walk with reverence, reflect His light, and let your life be a living testimony that true glory belongs not to man, but to God alone. Chosen one, everything in your journey, the struggles, the valleys, the storms, the waiting, the rejection, the responsibility, the refining has been leading you here, the revelation of destiny. You have walked through pain not to be broken, but to be built. You have endured fire not to be consumed, but to be purified. And now, as you stand at this threshold, heaven whispers, you were chosen for this exact moment. The scriptures remind us in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 18, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Our one, do you hear it? The sufferings of today are temporary, but the glory being formed within you is eternal. Your struggles are not wasted. They are investments into a future weight of glory that will shine forever. There was once a man who thought his life was nothing but failure. Every step seemed marked by disappointment. But years later, he realized that each hardship had carved into him wisdom, compassion, and resilience. When people came to him for counsel, they said his words carried weight. What he thought was meaningless suffering was actually the shaping of his destiny. Chosen one. Destiny is not something far away. It is something unfolding within you, even now. It is not a single event, but a continual becoming. Every yes to God, every act of obedience, every step of endurance is weaving together a tapestry of purpose. Picture a mosaic. Each piece of broken glass looks jagged and useless on its own, but when the artist arranges them, they form a picture of stunning beauty. Your life is that mosaic. The broken pieces you once despised are being arranged into a masterpiece that will testify of God's glory. Even Jesus' destiny was revealed through suffering. The cross was his darkest hour, yet it was also his greatest triumph. What looked like defeat became the doorway to salvation. The same is true for you. Your hardest moments may hold the seeds of your greatest destiny. Chosen one. You must also understand that destiny is bigger than you. It is not just about your personal fulfillment, but about the lives you will touch, the generations you will impact, the legacy you will leave. Your obedience will echo long after you are gone. There was a woman who prayed daily for her family. She never preached to crowds, never stood on stages. Yet years later, her grandchildren testified that her prayers had been the foundation of their faith. Her destiny was not measured in public applause, but in eternal impact. Destiny also requires surrender. It is not about forcing your own plans, but aligning with God's. Many resist this, fearing that surrender means loss. But in truth, surrender is the doorway to abundance. When you let go of your will, you make space for His perfect plan, and His plan is always greater. Think of a seed in the hand. It looks small, but when surrendered to the soil, it becomes a tree. Your destiny is that seed. If you cling to it, it remains small. If you release it, it multiplies beyond imagination. Chosen one. Destiny does not mean an easy life. It means a meaningful life. You may still face storms, but you will know they are shaping you. You may still face rejection, but you will understand it is redirection. You may still face waiting, but you will realize it is preparation. Destiny gives context to pain, turning suffering into stepping stones. And one day, when you look back, you will see the pattern clearly. You will realize that not one tear was wasted, not one night forgotten, not one valley without purpose. Every moment was woven into the masterpiece of your destiny. So lift your eyes. Chosen one. You are not wandering, you are walking in design. You are not lost, you are being led. You are not broken, you are being built. And the destiny ahead of you is brighter, richer, and more glorious than anything behind you. Chosen one. Destiny also calls for vision. Without vision, trials feel meaningless, and the journey feels heavy. But when you see that every step is leading somewhere, you find strength to keep going. Vision lifts your eyes above the dust of today and fixes them on the promise of tomorrow. There was once a builder tasked with constructing a great cathedral. To passers-by, the work looked slow and unimpressive, stone after stone, day after day. But the builder saw the blueprint. He knew what the end would look like. That vision gave him endurance. In the same way, destiny is your blueprint, even if others do not see it yet. You carry the picture of what God is creating through you. Destiny also transforms your perspective on setbacks. What once felt like failure becomes training. What once felt like loss becomes redirection. Every closed door is not rejection, but refinement, narrowing your path so that you walk straight into what was designed for you. Think of Joseph, betrayed by brothers, enslaved, imprisoned, yet every step was part of a divine map leading him to the palace. His destiny was not hindered by hardship, it was fulfilled through it. Your story holds the same truth. The very things you thought disqualified you are the very things God is using to prepare you. Chosen one. Destiny also gives you authority. Those who have walked through fire carry a weight that cannot be faked. When you speak, others listen not because of eloquence, but because of authenticity. Destiny turns your scars into authority, your survival into testimony, your endurance into influence. There was a man who overcame years of addiction. Later, when he spoke to others trapped in the same darkness, his words carried life. He was not quoting theory, he was sharing victory. His destiny was not just personal freedom, but helping others find theirs. And remember this, destiny is not a straight line. It curves. It bends. It sometimes doubles back. But every twist is part of the design, like a river winding toward the sea. Your life may look unpredictable, but it is always moving toward its appointed end. Trust the current. Destiny, chosen one, is not only about where you are going, but about who you are becoming along the way. Each trial has shaped you. Each valley has deepened you. Each storm has purified you. You are not the same person you once were. You are becoming the reflection of the one who called you. So walk boldly. Destiny is not waiting in the distance. It is unfolding under your feet with every step you take. Chosen one, you have walked with me through valleys of struggle, through storms of fear, through waiting, rejection, refining, and responsibility. You have seen how every season was not random, but purposeful. You have heard heaven whisper that your weakness is not your end, that your scars are not your shame, and that your destiny is not lost, it is alive, unfolding, and radiant with glory. Now, as this journey comes to its close, I want to leave you with this truth. You are not just surviving, you are becoming. Everything that once seemed like chaos has been forming you into a vessel of honor. Your story is not ordinary, it is divine. And though this script may end here, your destiny does not. It stretches forward, brighter and stronger, carrying you into places you cannot yet imagine. The work that has started in you will not stop. It has carried you through fire. It has anchored you in storms. And it will not end until its full beauty is revealed. Heaven has invested too much in you to let you fail. Chosen one. If this word has spoken to you, let me gently invite you into response. Tap like if you feel your heart burning with recognition. A like is more than a click. It is like lifting a lantern high so that others wandering in darkness may see the glow and find the path too. Choose to share this message if you know someone who is weary. Sharing is like passing bread to the hungry. You may not know how much they need it, but heaven does. And your act of sharing may be the very thing that rescues them from despair. Subscribe if you desire to remain connected. Subscribing is not a demand. It is like choosing to dwell near a well that never runs dry. Each time you return, you drink again from the living stream of encouragement and truth. And finally, if your spirit feels stirred, I invite you to donate, not as an obligation, never as a condition, but as a voluntary act of love. To donate is to plant seed in soil that is already bearing fruit. Every seed multiplies not only in the lives it touches, but also in your own. Think of it as adding oil to a lamp so the flame never dies, or planting trees under whose shade others will one day rest. You may never meet the souls your gift impacts, but heaven records every drop of generosity. And if these words have touched you, leave a comment below. It doesn't have to be long. Even a simple "I'm still standing" or a small symbol can become a spark of hope for someone else who reads it. Your comment is not just text on a screen. It is a testimony that you are alive, enduring, and pressing forward. Hear me clearly. Your worth is not measured by what you give or how loudly you respond. God's love over you does not change. But generosity and engagement are invitations to partner with what heaven is already doing. It is not payment, it is participation. And in that participation, you are not losing. You are multiplying. Chosen one. This is your moment. The script ends, but your story continues. Walk forward boldly, knowing that you are chosen, sealed, and set apart for glory. Your future is not small, it is vast, filled with rivers of promise, mountains of victory, and crowns of endurance. So rise, shine, live as one who knows that eternity has placed its seal upon you, and may every step you take echo with the truth. You are God's chosen one, and your destiny is unstoppable.